What's happening, everybody? Welcome to the lab. I'm your host, Joshua Diaz. It's great to see you. Good to be here. We have a wonderful show for you tonight with three awesome guests that I'm very excited about having. Let me show you who they are. Who muted themselves? Okay. We got Chris McDonough down here right next to me from the interview room. Chris, great to see you. Dr. Gary Brucato, author of The New Evil and forensic psychologist, also part of the Cold Case Foundation with Chris McDonough. And then we have retired homicide detective, and I believe you were in the military as well, but homicide sergeant, correct?
I was a homicide sergeant, and I was in the recreational military, otherwise known as the United States Air Force.
I've never heard it called that before, but
well, it doesn't be popular with former Air Force officers, but one must be realistic about my Air Force service.
Yeah, that's great.
And I'm honored to call John my boss at some point. He was my boss back in the day.
And I'm still petitioning Sacramento for extra retirement pay for that.
Did you ever have to write this up, reprimand them?
No, we tended to be more in the way of co-conspirators, because we were working for a lieutenant. I think the expression you would say is he hadn't seen the ball since kickoff. Yet he wanted to run things, and sometimes we had to divert. We had to do a diversion so the lieutenant would look in one direction so we can get the actual police work done in the other. What I did often have to do was answer up to the lieutenant and the captain as they were unhappy over the fact that we tricked them to let us go out and catch criminals.
John had my back every time. And that's why we're still dear friends to this day. The universe has been on schedule for many, many years. And
yes,
John's got a lot of stories, I'll tell you.
And I say that, and John, thank you for your service, and happy Memorial Day, everybody. And, thank you to all the servicemen and women out there and the families of the servicemen and women. My grandfather, who served for 30 plus years and had a wonderful military burial when it happened. And I know, Chris, that your folks as well
at
Arlington, which is quite very distinguished, so we remember those that have fought so hard for this country
and gave all. The Memorial Day remembers for those who gave everything, their lives.
That's right.
So it's all those Gold Star families. It's the all the families that are left behind
Mm.
that this country still. It's those individuals that allow us to sit here and have a conversation today without having to speak, other types of dialects.
That's
You
right.
know, if you ever want to read something sobering, the original Memorial Day began after the American Civil War.
Mhm.
And the order was issued by General John Logan. And it's a sobering, short, but very heartfelt message reminding us that uh, it wasn't as if we would have had barbecues and baseball games going on back then, but to put people in a place of remembrance for those who had given their lives. So if you can find that on the internet, I would suggest you read it. It's as meaningful now as it was over 100 years ago.
Yeah, and that's great. I didn't know that. I would love to check that out, and I will. But thank you guys. Thank all of you for being here, and Dr. Gary, thank you as well. I hope that you're having a wonderful day as well. What's the weather like in New York?
Well, we had a deluge for a couple of days, but now it's going to heat up very rapidly. And my father wasn't killed in service, but he was honor guard in the army, which I always thought was very cool. The idea of that meticulous folding of the flag and the whole thing, it just kind of fascinated me. But I love the photos of my father doing it. They sort of fascinate me. It was perfect for his personality to do that. But I have very, very long history in my family of people serving, which I think is a great honor.
Yeah.
And But in the true crime world, I have to tell you, I have been fascinated. I don't know if that's the right word, but absolutely just can't stop thinking about this case of Maureen Rousseau and Mark Balabriga. Have you heard about that case?
I have not. No.
Going to, because it's very hot all of a sudden. But what happened is a French sexologist and the woman with whom he was romantically involved decided that they needed, I guess, for their relationship reasons, to get rid of her two kids who were 3 and 5, if I'm not mistaken. So they blindfolded them and took them to a forest in Portugal and told them they were going to play a game where they had to find a buried knife that they had to use to fight against the devil, and literally drove off to let them die in the forest or be abandoned in the forest. And they left them with a little school bag of food. In other words, stay alive a few days, maybe somebody will find you, have a good life, and just took off. And of course, these are allegations, obviously, but it's a pretty remarkable story. I mean, usually to eliminate kids, you kill them. You don't drop them off in the middle of nowhere. I mean, I guess the idea is perhaps they felt guilty, but the whole story is so bizarre. And all of Europe is talking about it. I think we're going to probably start talking about it here because it just happened. But isn't that remarkable, that story?
It's
Blindfolded. They'll be traumatized the rest of their lives. They could have been picked up by perverts or eaten by animals or died of weather condition. I think in many ways it's crueler than killing them.
Yeah, well, it's torture. It's psychological.
3 and 5.
It's sick.
I mean, Chris, what do you think?
Just think what's happened before they were dropped off.
Well, that's a very smart comment, because that's what the news is saying, is there's all kinds of stories about possible domestic violence and issues and whatever. And I think it's very interesting that the father is a sex expert. Not the father, the boyfriend or whatever she was. It's a sex expert. Sort of makes you wonder about why these kids had to be taken out of the way. You know what I'm saying? I mean, because it makes you wonder about, I don't want to speculate, but it's interesting to think about how that might figure into the motive if they're guilty. But I keep thinking about it, because the idea, unless you've got some kind of weird personality, or you think you're sparing them or something like that, The idea of two children that you've brought into the world, just blindfolding them and dumping them and driving off with your significant other and thinking nothing of it is unbelievable. It's just unbelievable.
Or maybe they thought, Gary, maybe they thought that by simply dropping them off, they could escape a charge of murder. They could say, we just left them there and they got lost. And
it's horrible.
I mean, it's peculiar and cruel, but maybe their thinking was, they can't charge us with murder. Maybe they can charge us with child abandonment.
And in another country.
Yes.
They brought them to Portugal to drop them. And then you have the idea that they told that nonsense story. They said, we're going to play a game. We're hiding from the devil. There's a knife buried. Go dig it up. And they drop them blindfolded. And then they just leave. I mean, I just keep thinking about, they found them. The kids were found. I mean, but I just keep thinking about how the rest of their lives, they'll remember that. And it's just so shocking, Josh, you were that age weren't you that age?
Yeah.
And your sister was the other kid's age, no?
What'd you say, 3 and 5?
Yeah.
Yeah, 3 and 6. Yeah.
I mean, you ever get over it? I mean, you know what I'm saying?
No, of course not. No.
I don't know.
There's no such thing as getting over it. That doesn't exist. It's called learning to live with, deal with, and manage. But to get over it would be something where you almost have no feelings towards it anymore at all. And I just think that's impossible for somebody who has, empathy and, it's just a thing that doesn't help, or it doesn't work. But, no,
it's
never.
quite a story. And everyone's very interested in it. It's like one of those cases that for some reason it just gets the public very interested in it. And I never quite figured out what that ingredient is that makes a Gabby Petito case versus a case that doesn't wind up drawing that much attention. But there is something about that case. I think it's because the kids were so cute, or so young and so innocent. You know what I'm saying? And I think it's got the public's imagination going.
Yeah.
But anyway, thank God they were found in Fatima, of all places. The town with great significance is where they were located. So Fatima, yeah, where the famous Marian apparitions happened. And so it's a very interesting little thing. But
before we get going here, you guys, we got books coming, or what do we got? Come on.
Well, I'm working on our book for the foundation as we speak. Probably be looking at it a few times during the show because I got work to do. Yeah. And then I got another one I'm working on, which is like sort of a follow-up to The New Evil. And John's probably got like book 50 coming out, So what are you up to? Which number are you up to?
This will be book 11. I'm hoping it'll be out by June. We had there was a delay, and but we're hoping June. And in the meantime, I'm about 40% done with book 12. You can get a lot of writing done if you don't have a life. So.
But where does it end? Does it end with retirement, or is it going to go like up to today?
It will end at retirement. And like I just have finished, and Chris will remember the case where I went to Okinawa and on a murder case, and it's ended up being like 5 chapters, and because to share an idea of going outside the U.S. as an investigator with a couple of other investigators, and dealing with the Japanese police, who they treated us like rock stars. I mean, it was because, as they explained to me, we might work 1 or 2 murders a year. You guys work lots of murders, and So that was a fascinating thing. And I've got a couple of other ideas for both nonfiction and a perhaps return to fiction at some point. But we'll get done with the memoirs first. And you and I have talked, Gary, about possibility of another book. So
that's right. Which wouldn't be one of these, big long projects. It's just a fun one, simple.
No, that would be a fun, and I'm actually that will be fun to do because it's I think readers, particularly of both your viewers on the lab and on the interview room, would find it both fun and fascinating.
Oh yeah. Well, I've always said before I go tripping off the mortal coil, my ultimate goal is I want to do a book that is a commentary, a forensic psychologist commentary on all of the Sherlock Holmes stories, and to kind of go through them and talk about how realistic they are and the cases they were based on, and the little details that people might miss, and and how we use some of those techniques in our work and all of that. But I don't know who would ever publish it, and it would be a magnum opus. But it's definitely something to think about. It's definitely a two-pipe problem, so to speak. But anyway, but one day I'll get there. But Josh and Chris, when are you doing your memoirs?
Never.
Really?
I have to ask my wife.
I'm not an
Chris
author.
needs to do a memoir. Yeah. There's a few people that let's just say they should hope you don't describe them accurately in such a book.
You know that I'm writing and just finishing up. I'm finishing up one book, and that's it. And when it's done, it's done.
That one about the dromedaries and
the llamas, the camels, and the llamas.
Well, Diane Fanning told you that she thought it was. What was the word she used?
No, she laughed. She laughed hysterically in my face. Is what
she said that it was cute.
Yeah, that's when you'd say the little kid, oh, it's cute. or the kid that's not very smart that failed the test, and you go, oh, you'll do better next time. Go get him, Tiger. Yeah. That's what that was.
She, her laughing at you, I admit that it was sort of like Gordon Ramsay mocking your cooking. Yeah, but the thing is that but she's a lovely person, and I know what she meant was that the center of it was a cute idea. You could turn it into something. She just thought that the plot needed work. What was it, like Omar? What did you call them? Like Omar and
Aldi Omar.
Yeah, they were talking about Jesus. I don't know. I think she thought that it was a little out there. She did. Chris said you do when an unwell person comes to a counter and you just go, thank you.
But that's the thing is that I don't think that I'm that unwell.
No, you're not. I'm teasing.
Yeah, I sort of, but not, not certifiable yet.
No.
It could happen.
Dude, you aren't even in the ballpark. You haven't seen serious.
Oh no. If I didn't have enormous respect for the human beings that suffer through severe mental illness, there are things I've seen that from a certain angle are so bizarre that they would knock you off the chair. But I feel that there's a sad center to those things, so I don't find them funny. But there are some pretty bizarre. I've seen the most bizarre things that have ever happened.
I think the human condition can be funny, just in general. People are weird without being mental.
Well, it depends. It's very interesting how sometimes the funniest things are really just tragic things, seen from a different angle. Remember, Buster Keaton famously said the only difference between comedy and tragedy is that comedy is a long shot and tragedy is a close-up.
Sure.
And that's true. That's why the funniest people are often.
It's also I've also heard a comedian say, and I think this is true because comedians are very morose, self-deprecating.
Robert Williams. Oh my God.
Yeah, and I have a little bit of that in me, the self-deprecating, mocking,
defecating. What?
You say self-defecating?
No, I said self-deprecating.
Oh, it sounded like you said self-defecating, which sounds like
That's not what I
something
said.
out of
Pulling
Bosch.
up your Depends. What are you doing over
Eat
there?
yourself and defecate yourself. What do you? That's like a,
By
like a
nature, you'd have to be self-defecating. You wouldn't be doing it for somebody else, Gary.
No, I think he means my image when he said that was sort of like eating yourself and defecating yourself out. I was sort of trying to envision. There's a story for you.
There's my book.
There
You go.
I
Self-
You can title it number 2.
book number 2.
series.
Exactly. That's right. That's
You
right.
guys done now? You done?
Will
You
it sell? It depends.
Did you
Okay.
get it out of
With
your
a channel like this, never open yourself up.
I didn't open myself
That's
up because I didn't say
Well,
self-defecate.
I mean, we started off with, kids stuck in the woods.
Right.
You
And
know,
that's,
getting
no.
drawn.
There's
And I was
nothing funnier than
like,
that.
well, that's one way to start a show.
That's very
Here
cool.
we are in Portugal.
No, that's my fault. But I
No,
just
it's okay.
wanted to put it out
I'm
there
just,
because
you know,
people.
do not serve John and I up. Whatever you do, we're like
Yeah, that's
I'm sorry.
snipers in the background. We will
There's a
We will
Pavlovian
listen.
response on our part. I mean,
listen, watch, and respond.
Yeah, but the thing is, I didn't say that, so you manipulated it to get one over.
you didn't. I think you said self-deprecating.
Of course, I said self-deprecating.
Say that 5 times.
No, I refuse.
Anyway, moving along. So do you want to establish our predictions of the things that are going to happen tonight?
Yeah, we can do that.
Lately, where you ring the bell.
I was gonna say something and finish what I was gonna say until I self-defecated all over the panel.
Oh, about your book. Yeah, go on.
No, not about my book. I was going to say that, when I was going to follow up to the thing that you said about, comedy or,
Oh, yeah. Uh-huh.
Yeah. And I heard a comedian say one time who was like a very depressed and, on the fritz individual. He said, if you want to make a normal person laugh, you dress up a young man as an old lady and watch him fall down the stairs.
Mm-hmm.
And if you want to watch a comedian laugh, you watch an old lady fall down the stairs. And I always thought that seems to be true. That for some reason, people with people like comedians, for some reason, have that very dark, I don't know. It made sense to me, but the whole, but it's all ruined now because you guys made fun of me. So let's just move on. And we're gonna
remember Rodney Dangerfield said, when I was a kid, I got kidnapped and they cut off one of my fingers and sent it to my father. And he wrote back and said, send more proof.
Yeah. I do remember, yeah. That's awesome.
Sorry. I loved him.
I did too. So anyway, we'll take some calls tonight and some questions about true crime and things like that. Before we start, let's just get this out of the way because I do not want the whole show based on this, and I want to just get it over with. I just see this talk in the chat before about the Aaron caller from the other day on TAR. I addressed this once already on my After Dark show, also on Twitter. There's really not much for me to address because I've already said, it was nothing to me. It was sort of funny and lighthearted. I didn't think anything of it. I didn't think the guy was a killer or anything like that. I think that he was answering questions in a way that was trying to make himself seem suspicious and get the chat riled up. But anyway, other than that, I don't really have much else to say about it. Chris, do you want to say anything?
No, I mean, it was, look, if he sent me an email afterwards, basically said, look, first of all, I didn't call in. He did. Okay. Number one.
Of course.
Okay, let's always remember that, right? When, as he was going on, it was obvious that, he was trying to make some points, and I got that personally talking to him. But at the same time, it was on the behest of, where Nancy Guthrie is missing. Okay. So not my first rodeo, and you don't want to go down that lane pretending for certain things. Okay. Impressions. I sent him an email saying, look, and here's what I said. I said, look, thanks for reaching out. I appreciate you taking the time to explain, what happened, your side of it, especially after the call drop. Because remember, his call dropped. Okay.
Yeah, I remember.
And I essentially said, look, I thank you so much. Appreciate it. And Karen and I talked afterwards, and we just felt the right thing to do on behalf of Nancy Guthrie. Nobody else. Okay. Aaron, this guy is not the killer. He's a young person. I've got shoes older than him. Okay. And, he came at this sincerely. I think the way social media is, the poor kid got attacked in 1,000 different directions. People were, reading me as if, I thought he was the guy. I never said that. I've never implied that. Okay. And that is part of what I think, this thing drifted off.
Yeah.
We ended it. It was good. High five. Thank you very much. Good luck with your life. Good luck with mine. And it's very amiable. That was it. And next thing you know it, he's calling into other shows, and I'm going, why are you doing that internally for me? But I ended it. I took it all, I cut it out. I put it in the trash, and it went away. Today, people use it for content, on their channel. It has nothing to do with me. That's their problem. And so that's where we left it.
Yeah.
And, John and I used to deal with this every single day, every night. People come in the station, and they'd say and do things, and you just go, okay, thank you very much. Have a great night. Okay. Karen made an interesting observation now, and that's what I'm going to say about that. Okay. For him, we've got nothing against the young man, and nor should the internet, in my personal opinion. Okay. But I think he learned a lesson. He should not call in and to any show. I mean, when he did it here, and then he did it again on other shows, it was like, come on.
It didn't go good. It didn't go good over there either.
I don't know. I heard he did it. I know what my responsibility was to Nancy, and my responsibility to Nancy was, this is noise, and it's just going to distract from what the problem was. And so Karen and I talked about it, and she said, you know what? If it was me, honey, I'd cut it. And I said, okay, fine, done. And within 10 minutes, we had made that decision the moment the moment the show ended, and I was already editing that piece of the call out, that entire video, before anything happened. But, it takes YouTube whatever time it does to cut things out. And so that was the end of it. And, I wish Aaron the best of luck. That is his name, by the way. That's his first name. And that's the end of it for me anyway. So,
yeah, me too. So anyway, there's that. And Chris, thanks for, we just get that out of the way, because I don't want to take like 10 calls about it. And there's no more to say about it really. Okay. So we will,
so look, address Sparky here for a moment.
I don't see Sparky. Who's Sparky?
Up here is, at the 810 mark. Put her up for a minute.
This one right here?
No. Well, no, 810. Sparky.
I know. I see the comment. Yeah.
Yeah, put it up.
I'm trying to find it.
You talk about the one about professionalism?
Yeah, put it up.
Super far behind. So
okay, I kept him on the phone. Okay, yeah.
I think maybe the mods removed it.
Yeah, I can't see it here.
Okay, well, anyway, I kept him on the phone. Let's address how stupid people are. Okay, and I'm going to start with Sparky. Okay, I'm serious. First of all, if you come in and your name is Sparky, okay, I'm going to give you an intelligence test. Okay. We're going to start Sparky 101. Number one, I don't care what you think about me. I could care less. Sparky. Okay. Just like the kid who called in. Okay. I'm going to play you the same way I played him. Okay. You're the problem with a lot of people on the internet. There are a lot of good people on the internet, and it's people like you that sit in your basement with 5 laptops, okay, that cause transgender children to hurt themselves. It is you and people like you that are destroying other lives. I will never let anyone like you destroy my life or Aaron's, period. Okay. So, Sparky, okay, utilize that cranium of yours to a more productive place. Okay. Because people like me are not afraid of people like you. And my professionalism, I don't care what you think. I could care less because you've never stood over a dead body at 3:00 in the morning. The people that cared about my professionalism and continue are the families of that dead body. And you, Sparky, I'm sorry you feel this way. You're not one of those people. And if you are, it's probably because you caused it. How about that? Think about what you say before you open your mouth and you insert your foot. Words are powerful. And let me give you a simple analogy. There was an old Indian folklore of a young boy, youngster, and I'll guarantee you're probably what, maybe 20, 22 on a good day, maybe, Sparky, 111. Okay. That this young man went out and he got on the internet on a chat and he started firing off all kinds of words that caused other people to see them. And he hurt a lot of lives. But you see, that made him feel good because he lacked so much inside that when he looked in the mirror, the only thing he saw was himself and that reflection. But somehow he wanted that reflection to make it appear he was bigger than what he was. And what he didn't realize is as he was looking out the window, there was a bunch of dirt on the window. And he looked across the room and he saw his neighbors doing something. And he turned back into the house and he started talking about the neighbors and didn't realize until the neighbor came over and sprayed some Windex on the window and cleaned it, that it was the actual dirt that was on the interior of the house, not the exterior of the house. And so this Indian folklore was this young man went into a chat, anticipating they'd get the result that they wanted. And they felt really good until one day a friend walked up and said, "Hey, I saw what you wrote and I saw what you said. I believe that was inappropriate, don't you think?" And that person said, "Well, why?" He said, "Because somebody at the other end had to feel what you said." And so that Sparky, for just a brief moment, went back home to his grandfather. And he said, "Grandfather, I feel somewhat bad about what I said and how I said it. How do you think I should deal with this? Because I really didn't want to hurt somebody." And the grandfather said, "Well, here's a bag of feathers. and he handed them to Sparky. He said, I want you to go to all of your friends and to everybody in that chat and put a feather on their doorstep. Every single one of them. He said, what will that do? He said, do that and then come back for more wisdom. And so Sparky was obedient, went around to all of the porches of all the people in the chat and put a feather on each one of the porches of those individuals, anticipating grandfather was going to approve. And Sparky came back and said, grandfather, I've done what you've asked me to do. I've gotten out of my basement. I've closed all my laptops. I did what you asked me to do. And he said, but how does that change anything? And the grandfather looked at him. He said, well, we're not done. Go back out and collect all of those feathers now. Put them back in the bag and bring them to me. And Sparky said, that's impossible, Grandpa. The wind has taken them to another destination. Mother Earth, Father Sky has removed them to other worlds. They have become much more powerful in the wind. And he then turned to Sparky and said, now you understand the power of words. You can never recollect them once they leave your person. And so I hope you really consider who you are. And I feel sorry for you. I feel sorry for Aaron. I feel sorry for people like you that use Aaron for your own gratification. I really do, because it's people like you that are forcing kids to hurt themselves. And I stand against that. And I will always stand against it. But I will never, ever back down from people like Sparky. I hope you understand that the greatest exercise you will ever do is lift somebody else up, not tear somebody down. It's easy to tear somebody down. But guess what, Sparky? And the other trolls, you met your match here. You've been trying for 5.5 years. And guess what? I hope I meet you at CrimeCon and you come up and you tell me all of my problems. Because we're going to sit down and I'll talk your ear off. And I'll try to figure you out. So do me a favor, Sparky, whoever you are. Come to CrimeCon in Las Vegas. I'm going to be there this weekend. I'd love to meet you.
You'd really talk to Sparky?
I'd talk to anybody.
That's
John
true.
knows.
Oh, yeah.
I've talked to people on bridges. I've talked to people with guns to their heads. Sparky's not even a challenge. In fact, it would be boring. But I'll listen and I'll talk. You see, that's the one thing that is a dynamic here. These people need it's not about me or anybody else. It's about how they feel internally. This is just an expression of pain. When somebody lashes out at somebody they never have ever met in their life. This is a symptomology of our society. This is a symptomology of, everybody wakes up today wanting to fight. I don't wake up wanting to fight. I wake up, wanting to love. I wake up wanting to understand. Let me show you what my laptop says. You see that? Can you see that? This is what I wake up to every single morning. Whoops. Every single morning I wake up to this. Okay. I'm going to read it. It says, all is well. Everything is working out for my highest good. And out of each experience I go through, only good will come to me. I am safe, I'm protected, and I am loved. You say that 3 or 4 times, 5 times a day, and you read it every single day. I guarantee you, you're going to look for the good. You're not going to look for things that are going to tear other people down. You know, there's enough of that. John and I have seen so much in our time. I've seen a lot even as a kid. You know, you know how I knew I was going to be at some point in law enforcement outside of my son? You know, I found my uncle, and John knows the story. Gary may know the story. At 12 years old, I was actually 11. I found my uncle had committed suicide in a bathtub in Boston. And my dad had just gotten home we had gotten transferred from Japan. And my dad sent me upstairs to look for my Uncle Frankie. And my Uncle Frankie, by the way, I lost 5 cousins in a fire. So we had buried my 5 cousins. And I went upstairs, my Uncle Frankie, my dad said, go upstairs and go look and find Uncle Frankie. I want to talk to him. And my mother lived in a triple-decker in South Boston, my grandmother. And I got upstairs. The first dead body I ever saw in my life was my Uncle Frankie. He cut both of his wrists, and he was in the bathtub. That was the first exposure to violence in my life. And from there, you know, it just kept going. You know, my mother was operated on at Peter Brigham Hospital in Boston for stage 4 cancer when I was 12. I mean, the list just goes on. So people like this, for me, it just empowers me to push back. That's my personality. And this is what I think makes me a good detective. And what has always made me a good investigator is because I understand what it feels like to be on the other side of somebody sitting there like a Josh Diaz. And John's known me for 40 plus years. He knows he knows my personality. He knows I'm very religious. He knows I don't drink. I rarely smoke, or excuse me, swear. Okay. But I am human. I don't smoke. I don't drink.
Yeah, but Chris, can I say this really cool? Let me just jump in really quick here because, you know, I get there are Sparkies out there, but, you know, we have a chat full of people that absolutely adore and love you. We need to focus on those.
I know that.
Right. I don't. Sparky has to get his Hot Pocket. Mom has microwaved Sparky's Hot Pocket.
I miss Hot Pockets. I love those things. But let's I put the link out, so we have some calls that we need to take. Sparky, I hope you enjoyed yourself. I did, and we're gonna.
I hope he calls in. I bet she doesn't have the chutzpah to call in.
Probably not, but we'll see. Let's see. Okay, let's go to the first. Well, hold on. Let me make sure I have everything set here. Somebody's gonna come up to you at CrimeCon. It's gonna be great.
I can't wait. I cannot wait.
By the way, you're gonna be there. You'll be there Friday.
We will be there Thursday night.
Thursday night. Okay, very good.
Remember
So
on that show, The Golden Girls? Rose said that she had a dog that died peeing on an electrified fence, and she said, "Poor Sparky." It cracked me up. I always get a kick out of ironic pet names, Remember that? Do you ever see that joke where it's supposed to be like a missing animal poster?
Jerry, we got to take calls.
Oh, well, it was funny. I was trying to like
wire-haired terrier.
I'm kidding. Please finish what you were saying.
Well, it said something like, "I'm missing my dog. He's a mutt. He's got one ear that was burned off. He's missing part of his nose. He's got no teeth. One leg's missing. Its tail was removed in an accident. Part of its fur is missing. It's got mange. Answers to the name of Lucky."
Yeah, exactly. Right.
Anyway, I find that funny.
All right, let's do it. Okay.
So, moving right along.
Pat K, go ahead. You're on, Pat.
Oh, Pat.
Oh, hi, everyone. Happy Memorial Day. I'm calling from Toronto, Canada.
Okay. Do you have Memorial Day or an equivalent to it in Canada?
Well, we have Victoria Day, which is Queen Victoria's birthday, like the English part of us.
Mm-hmm.
And then we have, we have a Veterans Day in October or November 11th, I think. Oh, that's horrible. I can't name it now. The name just went out of my head.
Oh.
Sorry.
Yeah. Well,
way to go, Gary.
Remembrance Day.
Oh, go ahead.
Remembrance Day. Thank you, John.
That's it. Well, I had an uncle. My great uncle was a great hero in Canada. He saved an entire platoon in Normandy, fighting with the
Wow.
Yes, and there's a lake named after him, Lake Biblowitz, because that was the name of my uncle on that side of the family, and which is a fascinating little weird story about my family. But he was a hero of Normandy, a Canadian hero of Normandy.
Wow.
I hadn't even realized the Canadians fought with us. Did you guys know that?
Absolutely.
Yeah,
On Golden Beach.
They had their own beach.
And
I didn't realize that, believe it or not. Yeah. He actually, I think he did something very crazy. Like he drove his own plane into a German aircraft that was supposed to blow up an entire platoon and wound up a hero of the war. And they named the lake after him and everything. It's very crazy, but that was his name, Biblowitz.
They were on Juno Beach.
Juno Beach.
Yeah.
Okay.
Juno Beach.
I'm pretty sure Canada joined the war before we did.
Oh,
I
yeah.
have to look into it to learn a
From
little
the
bit.
Commonwealth in 39.
Yeah, they joined like really, really early on. We waited quite a long time to jump in. But yeah, Canada was like one of the initial, they fought all the way to the end, 1945, 39 to 45, I believe.
Well,
I'm
proud to come from stock like that.
I just lost my dad last year. He was 102,
Oh,
and
my
he
God.
served in World War II.
Wow.
God bless him. Where did he serve?
He served in Vancouver. He was a Morse code operator, and he was in charge of keeping track of the Japanese subs that were off the coast of Vancouver.
Fascinating.
Yeah.
Isn't it unbelievable how far we've come? That we're so friendly now with Japan and Germany and even Vietnam and Korea. I mean, South Korea. It's fascinating how you could be mortal enemies one minute and the next minute,
It took a long time. There were camps in Vancouver for Japanese, and you do hear it down. They don't teach enough about what our ancestors or our parents went through in the schools.
No,
it's all disappearing. The vets people were coming to my dad. He's done 2 interviews, and one is actually in a museum here in Canada.
Oh,
but it's not like it's way up in a small town. They don't say enough. That's my opinion. They should all remember.
I will tell you that I did read a story one time about Canadian infantry. I think it was Juno Beach. They fought their way farther in than any other Allied infantry that day in the Normandy landing. I mean, there's some fierce warriors that from the north. Those guys really fought very, very hard that day. And so
that was one of the most haunting places I've ever visited. when I went to Normandy Beach. It was almost like I don't know how to explain it. It was like a spiritual experience. I feel that way when I visit Civil War battlefields sometimes.
Gettysburg.
Yeah, it's very, very haunting because you can almost feel the presence of death and the greatness of the sacrifice, and you really understand. I mean, the nerve it would have taken to just like to disembark from a marine, you know, what I mean, from a boat and just throw yourself into people firing at you, and I mean, it's just unbelievable.
Yeah.
And you know, it's like or the way those Civil War soldiers just ran at each other, you know, knowing that most of them were going to. I remember hearing a journal description, because there were so many wonderful Civil War journals, of somebody who was watching, I think it was the Battle of Vicksburg, and they said watching the guys come at each other was exactly like watching when snowflakes land on a warm surface and instantly evaporate. That it was that same experience of just watching them run in, knowing they were just going to be felled, and they did it anyway.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's like, so I just think you have to think about on Memorial Day, you just think about this and the greatness of the gesture. And the only way I could see someone doing it is if they really believed that they're serving something higher than themselves. And that's the thing, the missing ingredient, I think, in 2020. How many people can you think of, young people, would put down their cell phone, don a uniform, and go die on a battlefield? There are some, but I don't think there are as many as there were a few decades ago.
No.
Imagine there were a draft in 2026.
I'll do it right now.
I would say, I'm not giving up my social media. Can I check my social media from overseas? You know what I'm saying? I
It's
can't.
funny. In 1942, my dad enlisted, but he told me, like, they all enlisted here, and they signed up on their own. They weren't drafted. He said, like my mom said, she doesn't remember anyone. The draft didn't come out, hadn't come out yet. I believe there was a draft later, but at the beginning, for the first year or two, Canadians enlisted. They weren't drafted. Like, they wanted to go and fight for the country.
Yeah.
And I think that's forgotten.
Yeah.
In the whole world.
Yeah. Well, listen, I'm sorry I haven't let you ask your question. I was too excited about you talking about your dad, so forgive me.
Well, thank you for listening. Okay, this is really to John or Chris or both of them. I was wondering if you had any unsolved case that still bothers you. Not that it was the most important, but is there one that gets to both of you that was never solved in your police career? And I'll jump off, but thank you for taking my question. Love you guys.
Thank you. Appreciate it. I bet I know what that is, Chris.
Of course.
It's got to be Leticia Hernandez.
Exactly.
Yeah, Leticia's not finished, right? I mean, we know who did it.
It's just there hasn't been justice served yet, is all. But yeah, I know that. I mean, that is a great question, but I know just from knowing both of you guys and that it has to be Leticia. I mean,
yeah,
and that was I don't know if it was yours, John, but I know that, Chris, that was your first case.
Well, my first case was I helped on the Michelle Tate homicide, which was it was October of 1990, and she was a 14-year-old little girl that was killed. She was shot by Keely Kelly was the suspect's name, and I did this. I was in COV at the time. That was my first real murder that I helped out on, but I wasn't the primary. Other senior guys were running through that. But and then of course, then I had a manslaughter, which I got my teeth cut on right after that, and his name was Robert Parker. He was punched by a guy named Chris Kassler. I can say these because they've all been adjudicated and the suspects were arrested and convicted. And I was the primary. That was the very first murder. It was a manslaughter that I worked. Leticia was the case that I was the dog. I did the dog thing for her, and then when they transferred me into COV, I had a managing role on all of the psychics and all the things that the sightings. But the main primary folks behind that one were Danny Aarons, Sheila Hancock, and an FBI agent by the name of Mike Potkinjack. And I worked with an FBI agent by the name of Lee. And we were chasing, Lee and I had all the responsibility, kind of like the Guthrie thing right now that's going on. I mean, it's almost simultaneous, actually, the type of things. And so what I was looking for was, and then the next one right after that was a gal by the name of Catalina Contreras. Jesus Mendez was a suspect in that. And it was a domestic where he threw her up against the wall and she hit her 2x4. Her head hit the 2x4 and split her cranium open and killed her instantly. But the one that really bothered me was Letitia, but we had a caper over on a neighborhood called Pasole, and he was a staff sergeant in the Marine Corps, and I know who did it. It was a gangbanger, but to this day, it's still open.
Yeah, you guys dealt with that a lot down in Oceanside. A lot of gangs.
I had a double murder, and it's a situation where we know who did it.
Well, that's just like Letitia.
What's that?
That's just like Letitia's case.
Exactly. And in this instance, it was during this era, and I'm talking about, call it 1985, we had a lot of meth cooking going on in houses. And sometimes you'd get, they'd blow up and you'd get the Richard Pryor 440 run down the street, the Human Torch. But in one instance, and we had a local outlaw motorcycle gang that was funding these operations, and we had some meth cookers operating in a house out in a neighborhood out in the eastern part of our city. They took the product and absconded, and which generally the gangs would want to make an example of you for stealing their money. And so what happened was they sent an assassin, basically a hired killer, to this house. And Chris will remember this. He was in patrol at the time. It was out on Lonnie Street. And he showed up. We pieced together the sequence of events. The meth cookers left. The homeowner came and saw the extreme damage to the house and brought in a handyman contractor. The contractor had a couple of nephews who he allowed to stay there. They were living in that house while they were refurbishing it. Well, gunman comes up. They're still, the building was still a mess. The gunman doesn't believe that the two guys are not the meth cookers. And so he handcuffs them to each other, takes them out into a shed in the backyard. This is like 9 o'clock at night. It's dark. And shoots both of them in the head with we believe, a .22 revolver.
Golly.
But leaves, these guys are handcuffed. And the hardest part of this case was attempting to keep it open, believe it or not. We have two guys, the cops get called. There are these two young men in this shed, rifle that's not really operable. And they're both extremely intoxicated. We get that from the from the toxicology report afterwards, was working for a lieutenant at that time who pressured myself, and I was working with Detective Richard DeRuin. And we knew what had happened. Well, we were working for a lieutenant who wanted to close the case as a murder-suicide. Well, it wasn't. But, and your viewers might wonder, well, why would a police lieutenant want to do that? If the police lieutenant wanted to be a captain and was concerned about his batting average as far as his detective solving cases, well, a murder-suicide, that makes the batting average better. And we literally came to a point where he was badgering us to close the case. And I finally told him, look, this is a double murder. We have a good idea. We had, I don't know if we still pressure street informants, but we got information from people in ways that probably, wouldn't make good viewing on Blues Clues. But we knew who the guy was. And we finally had to tell this lieutenant, if you want to take the case from us, you can close it as a murder-suicide, but we aren't gonna. And so that's a case that I wish we could have given the family, and I won't use the word closure because there ain't no such thing as closure, but I wish we could have given them the guy. And the only happy part of the story is that the gunman died of cancer a few years later.
Yeah, that's
Hey, Josh, can I tell a funny story? Well, It's not a funny story, but to dovetail into what John,
please,
is what I'll call the Hollywood series. I had two capers back to back. One of them, the victim's name was Michael Jackson, and the other victim was Carlos Santana. Carlos Santana was a transgender who got picked up by two Marines by the name of Hammonds and Thornton. And they did not know that Carlos was Carlos Santana in terms of he was working,
the guitar player?
No. Well, Carlos thought he was the guitar player, but he was working the streets and
Carlos was known as Natasha.
Natasha, yeah. And long story short, Natasha gets picked up by Thornton and Hammonds, and they rob him, or Natasha robs them of a $20 service fee, and jumps out of the car and goes to a local hotel that we had, and there was a phone booth outside.
Wally Johnson's.
Wally World is what we used to call it. And meanwhile, Thornton and Hammond's Batman and Robin go back to their apartment, and one of them grabs a .44 caliber Magnum with an 8-inch Batman barrel. Remember that, John?
From the Batman film where Jack Nicholson pulls out that enormous handgun.
Yep. And so they pull up, and Carlos calls 911 and says, hey, I'm being robbed. Okay. And the dispatcher says, hold on, and puts Natasha on hold. And the Batmobile pulls up with Lance Corporal Bag of Donuts in it. And he leans across his partner, the driver, the passenger, and boom, one round goes off and hits Natasha in the upper clavicle. Looked like you could stick a ping pong ball into it. And unfortunately, he expires. And dispatch comes back on and says, what exactly is the emergency? Meanwhile, all the phones are lighting up, and that was the name of that tune. And we ended up hooking those two guys up. And the second one, John will remember, was Michael Jackson. And Harvey Gilmore, who was a Deep Valley Crip, DVC.
Singer Michael Jackson?
He killed Michael Jackson. And these were back-to-back. They were both my cases.
Carlos Santana and Michael Jackson.
Yeah, right back to back. One of them was in January of 91, and the second, or excuse me, December of 90, and the second one was January of 91. And I was the second on Carlos, and I was primary on Michael Jackson. So I can say I worked Michael Jackson's murder.
Yeah, we all knew Carlos. And in fact, for those of you who may have read my book, Beach Blanket Bedlam, there was a warrant out for Carlos, and I was still working patrol, and I saw him riding by in a car. So they pulled into a convenience store. I turned the death beams on my light bar and pulled up behind and looked in the window. And as Chris says, Lance Corporal Bag of Donuts is in there with Carlos, Natasha. And I said, Carlos, you got a warrant. And the Marine said, my name's not Carlos. And I said, well, that's good, because I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to Carlos. And the encounter went downhill from there for the poor Marine. But, you know, this was what Oceanside was like. And it was, I'll tell you what, it was a fun place to work. And this may sound outrageous to people, but man, there were nights when I felt like they should have been paying me to be out there.
Yeah.
Always action, huh? Always action.
Oh, you know, in the summer, I mean, back in our time, you know, a lot of the things that people see now, our motto back then was where the debris meets the sea.
Yeah.
You know, and the great thing about it is, I mean, we even had, you know, guys from LA, they were like, Oceanside, don't go to
we ain't going down there.
Don't go to Oceanside.
John strikes me as the kind of guy that liked a good billy club.
Oh, John was very effective on the street. Let me tell you, I can tell you,
I bet
he was extremely effective and respected. And that was the thing about it. You didn't have to do much. People would assume the position rather quickly. You know, they'd, you know, interlace their hands on top of their heads. And
did you have the mustache back then, John?
Yeah, I had the mustache all during that period, and well, I mean, we all did. We all had porn star mustaches.
They were all mandatory equipment.
They were, and you know, we all wore Ray-Ban aviators, and
turtlenecks in the neck in the middle of the evening.
I mean, as far as this is an era when there were no tasers.
We had flapjack. Remember?
Yeah. We carried side handled batons and flashlights, and it was a different era. My doctor here, when I first saw my doctor, and he's examining my fingers, and he goes, "Were you a boxer when you were younger?" And I said, well, no, I was a cop in Oceanside, and this guy had been originally from Los Angeles. He says, close enough. Mr. Lamb, you have pugilistic arthritis in your hands, which apparently you get from punching people.
I mean, do the math, right, Josh? I mean, do the math. You've got the 1st Marine Division. You got 50,000 Marines.
That would suck.
Out of Camp Pendleton. Devil dogs. All they want to do is what? What are they trained to do, right? Take care of business.
Yeah.
Now you just, you know, we had the Marines, the MPs out in town when we started.
Oh yeah.
You know, we had what was called a DSP. It was a downtown service post. And it was literally just one sheet of paper. It was just a little FI, and you'd rip it off, you hand it to, you know, the MPs, and they would go over and take care of business. And that, you know, Lance Corporal or wherever had 2 choices. If they were an Adam Henry and they, you know, had attitude, well, then we could decide we're going to book them over at Vista. Or if, you know, they settled down a little, then we would say, okay, well, we'll take you back up to our house. We had a little drunk tank. You know, we had a little jail cell up there with Tino. Have you told him about Tino, John?
Oh, the God, there's a fond memory.
Yeah.
And
Tino was a former Marine as well, but he was Samoan, and he was just the love of the world. He was just an amazing human being.
Oh, jolly. Imagine a Samoan, a clean-shaven Samoan Santa Claus. He was just jolly, laughing all the time.
I don't think I could imagine that, even if
his call sign was 831, and you'd hear him, right? You'd be out pushing the street, and you hear 831 Station O. Everybody go 831. What? He says, Station O. I got to stop on the 78. I got a live one, right?
I got a live one.
Roger that, 831. Do you need one?
All right. We've got to take more calls.
Okay.
Well, can I tell you a very quick, funny story? I forgot to tell you at the beginning. This actually happened.
Yes.
I guess somebody watched us on one of these programs a couple of weeks ago. And some guy saw me in the subway and he goes, I know you from somewhere. I seen you on this show with these guys, like they must have been talking about, and he said, come on, man, what's your name? So I couldn't take it anymore. I said, my name's Otto von Bismarck. Could I have your autograph, Mr. Bismarck?
This would be real life.
Which is my new favorite thing to say.
This was somebody you met on the street?
It was on the subway. It happens
yeah.
sometimes that people who are fans of true crime, because the city is so big that the probability is not actually that low that somebody is a fan of true crime and recognizes one of it, And I just thought it was the funniest thing because I had no patience for it. So I said I was Otto von Bismarck. He said, can I have your autograph, Mr. Bismarck?
And
by the way, for the record, before it drifts off him, once you squared up and squared away the Marines, it was total respect. They're like, yes, sir, no, sir. I'm sorry about that, sir. But that guy over there, said something. So I guess I was wrong. And those are the kind of kids that you would just say, all right, let's go to the front gate or, drop you off. And they would get in trouble. They call office hours or page 11 or whatever it was, page 11.
It always
they stand in front of their command the next morning. But those gunnies and those first sergeants would just laugh and say, okay, knock it off. Don't do that again out in town.
Right.
My favorite time. R. Lee Ermey, the guy from Full Metal Jacket.
Well,
love him.
But we had Coronado down there too, so the SEALs would come up and fight the jarheads. That's why they call them jarheads, right?
Because of their haircut, right?
Well, they screw on their caps, right?
Oh. was that guy a real Marine, by the way? R. Lee Ermey was really a drill sergeant, right?
Oh yeah. He really was a Marine. I don't know if he was a drill sergeant.
The one that they used in Full Metal Jacket.
He was a real Marine.
Deal, right?
Yeah, he was the real deal, man.
He scared the crap out of me when I was.
We had a lot of Marines on our department, and they're great men. Man, they're great men.
Yeah. But
shout out to TJ and the crew.
All right.
Let's go. Linda. Linda's calling in. Where do you think she's calling in from, Dr. Gary?
Calling from Surprise.
That's me.
How you doing? Nice to hear from you again.
Yeah, I'm doing okay. How are you guys?
Thanks.
Great.
All right. How's everything going?
Everything's okay. Yeah, it's okay.
We feel sparky.
Well,
Linda, how far are you from the whole Guthrie thing?
About 2.5 hours.
Surprise is 2.5 hours from Tucson?
Yeah, about 2.5 hours, yeah.
Hmm.
Yeah, I've been there a few times, years and years ago, but I haven't been there recently, so I'm sure it's grown a lot, since I've been there. So, But anyway, Josh, I really think you should write a book, actually. I think it would be helpful to a lot of people because you've made such a success of maneuvering through life, considering what has happened to you. And so by doing that, people that have gone maybe through the same thing that maybe have not maneuvered through life as well as you have might benefit by it.
Well, look, I mean, I appreciate you saying that. And it's an interesting idea. I'm not an author, I don't know. I wouldn't even know how to go about it.
But you have friends that are that can co-write a book with you.
I wrote a book. I wrote a book about my life. I've got the first draft. As soon as I'm done with it, I'm going to send it to be put into book form and have 3 copies made for each of my children so they can have a legacy of my life and what happened to his at childhood, so they can understand some of the things I've been through and why I say things or act out things the way I have because of that. And so I think it would be helpful to you to it might be cathartic for you as
Sure.
well as, but you just seem so well-rounded, I think you can
I
find,
appreciate
you've
that.
got help right there.
That's true.
There with you.
Okay. Well, it's something I guess I've thought about, but never really actually considered. But I mean, it's a thought. I will consider it even more. But I think
Although you expect the story about the Persian camels visiting the baby Jesus to sweep the nation.
that will be my first. I'll be like the new Stephen King right after that.
There you go. Okay.
Yeah.
And I was going to ask you guys, what are your feelings on the Corey Richards trial and everything?
Josh
has a thing or two to say about that.
I think that lady is just I think she's just an awful disgrace to humanity, and I just feel so terrible about how she left those children without parents, but
cold-hearted. Don't you find her very cold-hearted?
I don't even know if that's yes, I do, but I don't even know if that's the right the right phrasing. It's even worse than that.
Yeah. True.
It's so terrible. So terrible.
Yeah. Well, I appreciate you taking my call, and you
thank you for calling in, Linda. It's always nice to hear from you.
You too. All right. Thank you.
Bye.
Goodbye.
One of my favorites.
Oh, she's the best.
Yeah, she's awesome. Okay, hold on here.
Charlie's Pool Hall, 8 ball.
Michael, go ahead. Michael, you're on.
Oh, thank God. I've been dying over here waiting to get on.
I love when Michael calls.
All right. First of all, I think I've already said this. I love Chris McDonough, but I think he's hit it out of the park with the show at the interview room. He has hit it out of the park.
Wow.
Now, I want to get to the funny. Though. I would like to see an arrest team with Chris McDonough and the great John Lamb arrest Gary's barber. I think you got a lawsuit, Gary.
Why?
Hey, thank you.
Oh.
I'm glad you said that. Send in a riot squad.
Lawsuit there. But,
Yeah.
What's wrong with my haircut? Is there something wrong with my haircut?
No, forget about it.
No, it's nice. It's nice. Just stay inside. But anyway, what I want to say is honestly, if you got a name like Sparky, you definitely got a brother named Scooter and fucking Skippy, and it's definitely easy to find. You understand? But anyway, Chris McDonough, my name is Michael Bruno. I'm from Long Island. I'm a big fan of you and Karen. I think
awesome.
The interview room, your show has hit it out of the park. I think I would be shocked. If people are not trying to pick you up on regular television, whatever internet, whatever it is, cable TV. Because I think what you are doing is amazing. I seen the John Bonet last night. I think you put that show together like a champ. I don't know who you. I think your production might be Karen, but I don't know. But I gotta tell you, I want to see if we gotta take Karen and get her an eye test. Does Karen have glaucoma, or is she nearsighted? Because how did you get a good-looking wife like that?
I don't know. When I was born, they slapped my mother, rolled me over, and said she had twins.
I love you guys, and I do have a serious question for all 4 of you guys. And thank you for having me on. My question is,
Awesome.
Wait a minute. The answer would be yes, decaf.
He's awesome. Love New Yorkers. I love him.
I'm just kidding.
Love
Go ahead.
him. So,
can I ask a serious question?
Yeah.
Sure.
So my serious question is for all of you guys, and with the John Bonet case, I do not. So now, if everybody should have watched what Chris McDonough did recently with John Bonet's father. So amazing panel. Now, the way you set it up, amazing. Now, I just think, were there cameras? Number one, that is one of my questions. I am a big proponent of the camera. Were there cameras? But before you answer, how did they get in and out of the house without anybody hearing what the hell was going on? That's my question. Amazing to see everybody. Thank you for having me on, Josh.
All right. Thank you, Michael. I appreciate it. And Gary, remember at the very beginning? Yeah, I was going to say, remember at the very beginning when you said, I love when Michael calls in? How do you feel now? I thought that was funny. That was hilarious. I don't care. Your hair is fine.
Yeah, I'm not sure what that was about. At least you have hair.
I think that was true. I remember when I was in school as a kid, I had a very nasty teacher, very, very nasty. And I corrected him once. He said something like, Burma is whatever. And I said, they don't call it Burma anymore. It's Myanmar. And he said, oh, you have a point. And if you wear a hat, no one will see it.
Yeah. Do you remember on Seinfeld when they were talking about Burma, and he said, no, it's Myanmar now. And Kramer goes, is that the discount pharmacy?
It's all in fun. It's all in fun, Gary.
I didn't get it, but it's funny.
It's all in fun. Yeah. I mean, you could have been called a chia pet or something like that, and he didn't do that. So because
I could have gotten chia pet, but I didn't.
It's all. He's a good guy.
Yeah. Michael's great.
Hilarious.
Yeah. So we're gonna cover over the next episodes 2 through 5 or whatever it's going to be, and John Ramsey, by the way, for the record, is an open book, and he's going to be on every single one of the broadcasts, and we're hoping to get other people. I can't say who yet, but let me tell you, there's a lot moving on that case, and we just wanted to lay the foundation last night to say, look, either you believe DNA or you don't believe DNA. You can't have it both ways. And the DNA clearly came back that it does not belong to Burke and it does not belong to John Ramsey. There is an unknown male DNA, and that's where the Cold Case Foundation has started. And that's where we're going to stay until we can figure out what that means. And to answer Michael's question real fast, how did he get in? That was one of the
good question.
It was one of the theories that we floated last night. Was the anomaly of everybody believing that the suspect came through the bottom window? That is a theory. That is a possibility. However, the more likely scenario would be the open butler's door, the service door, because remember, there was a party the night before and it was catered. And there's our hypothesis right now working through is both could be in play, but we feel at this point the most logical conclusion is the service door that's left open. You turn to the right, you go right up the stairs into John Bonet's room, you turn to the left, you go right to the basement where her body was found. And that was a compartmentalized behavioral analysis that we did, and there's much more coming. So we appreciate you saying that, but hang on, put your seatbelt on, stay with us.
Chris, if I'm hearing you right when you say this, that the DNA that was found at the crime scene doesn't match Burke or John.
Correct.
So if they were the ones that perpetrated the crime, then they would need an unknown male DNA source.
Correct.
Which is almost...
It's not rocket science.
Yeah. Yeah.
There is I mean, that's the letter we read from the district attorney last night. And I clipped it. It's in a short now.
Yeah, I saw that today, yeah.
And so, you know what? Now, what does that mean? I don't know. I can tell you this, that the district attorney said, you're not the donor, you're not the source. There is still an unknown person out there, and that's how we're approaching this. And if it turns around and says it's something else, okay, fine. That's what we do. We're just seeking the truth. But when you have, the guy sitting there for over, the 30-year anniversary is coming up in December, and the media has controlled the narrative for 30 years. They cut and paste whatever they want, and they sell stories. Just remember one thing. It was a CBS program that branded Burke, a 9-year-old little boy, of hitting his little sister with a flashlight. And then behind that, the parents come in, they create a garrote, they, cover this whole thing up, and then they call the police saying our daughter is missing. Okay? Leaving a bat outside, leaving footprints, and leaving this unknown male DNA on their daughter. Now, if people want to grab into that and buy it, that's fine. That's up to you. If profilers from the FBI want to buy that, great. Keep selling it because I'm 20% cheaper. Okay. And then if you have to use common sense and just always remember something about a profiler. And I'm not going to take too many hits on profilers, but they're just a tool. Okay. They don't get called out at 3:00 in the morning to stand over the body, to see the body, to smell the body, to sense the body, to taste the blood in the air, to smell the blood in the air. Okay. They don't do that. They look at pictures. Okay. The bodies are long gone before they ever show up into the scene. So it's one particular profiler that has said, I'll put everything on it that this 9-year-old boy did this. Okay. And that's very dangerous in our society. And this is how quickly now remember, this is all about seeking the truth. It's not seeking about fame or fortune for us. I don't need it. Nobody on our panel needs it. Nobody in the foundation. There are 200 plus experts, including Gary. John's been, part of our, circle of influence and teaching and all this other stuff as well. Nobody steps up and says, hey, give me a paycheck because I need you, give you my opinion. Okay. No. And this is why we are approaching this case very methodically. And we've been doing it behind the scene. Nobody even knew for the last almost a year now. For 52 weeks, we've been meeting with John Ramsey and his team and a team.
How often do perpetrators do that?
Well, we're going to show you.
Yeah, but like what I'm saying is, there's a lot of people that do point the fingers at John and the family, and always have, and they always will. But I don't you think that after 30 years that he could probably just mail it in if he was the one that was responsible for this, and not meet with profilers and homicide detectives and give DNA and stuff like that? Don't you think that wouldn't make any sense?
No, we're going to break it. We're going to break it down in episode 2. We're going to go, filter 2 and 3. And, remember, Greg Cooper is the designer and the master architect of the 10 filters of profiling. Those, right. Every profiler that came after John Douglas and Ressler and all those guys and Ann Burgess, every one of them learned from people like Greg. Greg was an instructor at Quantico. He wasn't just a guy that profiled. He was the instructor. He created the curriculum, okay, that these folks now all measure off of. Him and Ken Lanning, who is, amazing human being. He's probably the world renowned for child sex offenders. and child sex problems. Okay. I have his book back here that I got in 1990. Okay. And so this idea of these, TV shows coming in and saying, hey, we want you to, make it look dramatic and all this other stuff. Okay. That's not what this is about this time. This is about the public watching real time, live, in person with the guy who's been accused for 30 plus years of killing his daughter. And it was kind of crazy last night to watch some of the comments go through.
Yeah, they were nuts.
Well, I turned them off.
I mean,
because it's like Sparky, Sparky shows up, just to get here and play mind games. Okay.
Right.
Well, John Ramsey, if he's the killer, he's the most diabolical killer I've ever met, because he is so good, if he's the guy, okay, that he was able to put an unknown male's DNA on his daughter's body.
It's impressive.
Well, I'm not the smartest tool in the shed. However, I don't, it's pretty hard to blow out a light bulb when you're looking at it. You have to walk over and hit the switch.
What do you want me to stop, Cheryl? Us talking about the JonBenet Ramsey case? You want me to stop that? I'm interested. What do you thought? Is that what you're talking about? Maybe you're behind. I don't know. Maybe it was the Sparky thing. Who cares?
My sense watching that, Chris, was that John Ramsey seems to me like somebody that will never allow himself to leave this earth until he feels that he and his family have been vindicated.
When he leaves this earth,
that way, yeah.
When he leaves this earth,
right.
You know who's left? Based on the narrative out there,
Burke.
That's correct. A 9-year-old boy was subject to the social media, blitzkrieg based on one adult FBI agent coming to an opinion that said Burke hit her with a flashlight. Think about that. That's the narrative out there. And you have people like that who come in and say, stop this. Also, you don't want the truth. People don't want the truth. I want the truth, whatever that means.
Yeah.
Well, right. The DNA thing fascinates me. I mean, Chris, I still have to bicker with people who say that Kohlberger was in a park looking at stars. I mean, because the DNA, I guess whatever they found was brought in by drone, and dropped into the room and left with the bodies. But, like even that, you know what I'm saying? I mean, so it's like people just are going to believe what they want.
Cheryl, you can go.
That's okay, but you can't. It's okay to do that. Okay, to believe however they want to believe. I get that. I never have a problem with that. I mean, John, you've known me forever. Josh, Gary, you know me. I'm all ears. I'm wide open. But at the same time, eventually you got to get to a place where you say, okay, hey, let's stop for a moment. Let's look at common sense and stop the madness. And the madness right now is you've got to ask yourself, why a garrote?
That's the part that really doesn't make it. Well, look, Chris, you and I talked about this before, and then we'll talk about this here, and then we can move on. But we talked about this before. Okay. Is it impossible for a 9-year-old to hit his sister on the head with a flashlight? No, it's not. That okay, I'm there. Is it impossible for parents to want to conceal that a crime happened, so their other child doesn't get in trouble? They don't want to lose both of their children or something like that. No. Okay. That, all right. You're with me here, but then the garrote and then the unknown DNA, the unknown male DNA. I mean, John, you have investigated crimes. Chris, you've investigated crimes. A garrote, and Dr. Gary, you know all about garrotes. It is one of the most specific and sort of like
It's the tool of a sexual sadist, of a serial sexual sadist, someone who's done it before and probably would do it again.
Yeah, it's not how you stage a crime in a family. It's just not.
Well, I'm going to argue with you on some, Josh, or just in my experience, I've never seen an assault on a child, like with a flashlight that would render the child, have lethal results. And I've encountered precisely one situation in any number of times and death cases I've been to where somebody attempted to disguise the scene, and that didn't even involve a child. So I'd say right off the bat, this presumption that it was a 9-year-old and that the family lined up in lockstep to basically cover for the kid, that's ludicrous. I'm sorry, I don't know what you would have to do to get on the FBI to come to that conclusion. And maybe this dovetails with what Chris said. They're in an office. We're out talking to the victims. We're out in the scenes. And I can tell you, that doesn't make a lick of sense. It didn't 30 years ago. It doesn't now.
Yes, I agree 100%. I want to, before we leave the subject, I want to recommend to the audience I don't know if you're fans of Stephen King, but Stephen King wrote a very unusual book called The Outsider. Are any of you familiar with it? The Outsider? Yeah. It's about the murder of an 11-year-old child, brutal murder of an 11-year-old child, and they accuse and arrest the local Little League coach, who is a beloved person because his DNA is at the scene. But the problem is that he has a totally airtight alibi and was 70 miles away, and it's confirmed when it happened. And it turns out that there is a shape-shifting creature that mimics the DNA of people to frame them for murders, to ruin their lives, to get them blamed for it so it can go on killing. It's a fascinating story. And it was Stephen King's meditation on how the heck could your DNA be somewhere if you didn't do it? And it's an interesting thing. It is, and I wonder what inspired it, but it's this.
They also made a series about it.
Yeah, it's a great book. I love that book. It's one of my favorites.
Yeah, I have read it before. It's very good. Okay, so anyway, Chris, not in a couple weeks, you have another installment of that coming up. Well, once again, it was absolutely fascinating. So please go watch it. And like Chris said, the people that are convinced about something, when you say the DNA, they go, well, where was the DNA collected from? Who tested the DNA? Like anybody actually understands, the people that ask those questions. Is it star mix? Is it, what they, you're going to hear that stuff forever. It doesn't matter. But the fact of the matter is that the DNA does not match John nor Burke. And, that's where we're at right now. So
look, there's DNA on multiple parts of her body,
all matching the same perp,
the same individual. It will not surprise me. Well, I can't go too far, so I'm going to be real careful. But let me tell you this. There are going to be a lot of surprises that people have not heard in 30 years.
Yeah, it's great.
And then everybody's going to look back and go, again, you've got to do this reflection on stay in the middle. Stay in the middle. Look at Nancy Guthrie right now. Everybody's waiting for DNA. Well, what if it comes back to Tommaso? What's everybody going to say?
Yeah.
Is he the killer?
Yeah.
No, we don't know that. Okay. Because at this point, he's going to say, or she's going to say, or anybody's going to say, well, what did you expect?
Well, if his DNA is in the house, but I mean, if it was, I don't want to get graphic.
No, say it. This is what investigators do. You got to talk about it.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like if the DNA is collected through a sexual assault, yes, then
that's different.
That's different. That's what I'm saying. And then, by the way, we're being completely hypothetical here, but You're right. If it's in the house or on the doorknob or something like that, you're not going to get too much with that.
Right. And then at the defense is going to be, well, what did you expect? My guy was there.
Sure.
Now you get a knife sheath stuck underneath the leg of a 20-something-year-old college student on the 3rd floor in Moscow, Idaho. You've got some explaining to do.
Absolutely.
Okay. Why is your DNA on the snap of, this knife sheath there, buddy? What's going on here? Well, somebody else put it there. some other dude.
Yeah, some other dude done it. The side-eye defense.
Oh,
Chris,
yeah.
can I add one thing about your comments that you had to turn off?
Yeah, John.
I would just suggest, and probably I'm preaching to the choir. I'm reading these comments, and I'm not seeing a lot of the lunacy I saw yesterday. Don't be so wedded to your opinion, particularly when most of you folk haven't done, you haven't investigated murders. Don't be so wedded to your opinion that you've held perhaps religiously for 30 years to not take a step back and say, all right, this is new information. Be willing to change your mind. That's what grown-ups do. They look at facts and change their minds. Because some of the things I saw, I guess I shouldn't be surprised at this age and with what I did for a living. But I saw these things and I just thought, really? And what's more, they were mad at you for sharing this information.
Right.
Well, you saw the person. There was somebody in here that kept telling me multiple times, stop what? Stop discussing stuff that we discuss on the show. I mean, Chris and I have
talking about a 6-year-old little girl with a garrote that was applied 4 separate times around her neck and tied to the point where it embedded.
Right. I mean,
into her neck, and a piece of tape was put over her mouth. And it was so bad that her hair was entangled in the knot. Do you really believe the father or the mother said, okay, what's plan B here? Well, he hit her in the head with a flashlight. Okay, so let's get a garrote. Okay, that's a good idea. Let's make a garrote.
Yeah, that makes perfect sense. Not call the paramedics because maybe the child can be brought back. No, let's stage an intricate.
Right, John. Do you think we should get the garrote and apply it 4 separate times for sexual gratification?
Absolutely.
And leave and then sexually assault her simultaneously?
Find somebody else to do that and leave DNA that doesn't match any of us.
Yeah.
Well, who would you do that? Craigslist? Hey, we need somebody to leave some DNA here. Would you? And we'll pay you.
Well, right. And here's the Reader's Digest reason, or the Reader's Digest answer. Guess what, folks? It hasn't been solved in 30 years because that has been the rabbit hole everybody's been in. The cold case foundations, we don't go into rabbit holes. Okay. We dig out of them. That's why we exist. Okay. And
look at this comment.
Flashlight is a choice weapon of sheriff's. Exactly. Yeah, exactly. And the undersheriff too, by the way. The guy in charge now at CID.
He likes the flashlight too.
Oh, he beat the crap out of a prisoner and then changed his name. He was fired, changed his name, and came back. And he's Nanos's number 2 guy. We're going to do a show on it tomorrow night.
Oh,
if you're available, you're welcome to come to show.
That'd be great. That's
it's great. Karen is on this thing.
I can't.
Karen is.
It's like ran by a bunch of.
Oh, you put your seatbelts on. Wait till you hear this one.
Bunch of crazy people. All right,
go ahead.
Let's go ahead. We got a favorite on the line here. Joey H, come on now.
What's up, guys? I can't crack jokes, I don't think, because it's like the Avengers. You guys are the real deal here. You got everything except the dog in the middle. You need the canine dog in the middle of the Brady Bunch Hollywood Squares thing here, and then you'll be good. How's everybody doing? You guys are all freaking amazing. You guys are amazing. Josh, what are you doing, man? It's epic. You got like this epic thing going, huh?
Having a great time with some of the best. I got some great friends that love to show up, and it's funny, Joey, because you know, when people start talking and say, "Oh, can we move on?" This is what I invite these guys on the show to do. I invite them to come talk. That's the whole point of the show. You know, I love it. Honestly,
I like you got like your glasses too. You got some new frames.
That's new. Yeah, I got two pair. There was I had to get. It was like a two. It was a 2 for special. So I got 2 different frames. I got some tortoise shells and I got these clears. I'm getting old.
So before I get into my question regarding flashlights, since that's on the screen, I wanted to ask Gary, well, everybody, if you guys can, at some point, if it travels anywhere, see it. But Gary, did you catch that? And anyone, and in the chat that's in the East Coast, did you catch the Mind of a Serial Killer exhibition yet?
No, to be honest with you, I've been invited to it several times, but I felt, you have to understand that I get very torn because I don't like things that could be construed as celebrating the killers over the victims. And there's something about going and taking a fake mug shot and the whole thing. I just, you know,
I got to tell you something. I agree with you, and I resisted going, and then because I thought, I thought maybe it was like going to a Halloween, like a haunted house type thing or something, but it's not, Gary. It's not that at all.
In other words,
Gary, it's actually not. I was blown away and shocked.
Oh,
it's
good.
Educational. It ends with a book display with Ann Burgess's one of the books on display. It's very educational. I was blown away. It's very well curated. Yes.
Book,
you really need to go.
Do you know?
They had 2 of her books on display. If you said the title, something on sexual
patterns.
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah.
Very interesting. Well, that makes me feel a little better because
it's very educational.
Yeah, because I had things like that, and sometimes walked away. Like, you know, I went one time to a thing.
I agree.
Selling T-shirts with, you know, the offender on them, like as if they, you know, in gewgaws and things. And I said, this is offensive, you know. So I didn't know if it was that kind of thing. Because I mean,
no, it's not. It's not. And they do a couple of recreations of the spaces, and it's not campy. It's it's you really feel like you're in that era. Let's say, for example, the BTK room, one of the rooms, or the Dahmer room. The biggest impact on me was the Bundy exhibition with the Volkswagen, because you can hear a lot about this guy in the Volkswagen, right? And he did it. He got 2.
They have his actual
They have a replica of it, but here's the thing: you look inside and you can understand how that vehicle, how he, I forgot, how the seats are removable. Just how when you cramp in that vehicle and you remove that passenger seat in the back seat, it's a morgue on wheels. And then you see the kill kit with the flashlight. It has the old 70s flashlight and the crowbar. It changes how you the crowbar is one of those old small crowbars where you see how he had anyway. I don't want to ramble on, but I recommend it. You're going to be very impressed. And when I saw the Ann Burgess book at the end and a couple other books, I was like, wow, Dr. Gary has to go to this thing. It's very well curated.
Asked by people to go, even people who wanted to go and cover my comments on it. And I just felt that it sounds like you're the first person who's giving me an idea that it might actually be something that's done in a way that's more about fighting these offenders. And I don't mean that to suggest that the people put together are doing something distasteful. It's just that I always am very careful about that. Even when I first went to CrimeCon, I was afraid I was going to get there and people were going to be hawking T-shirts with the Unabomber on them and things like that. You know what I mean? But it turned out that it was really a convention of people who are interested in fighting crime.
Yeah, and another cool thing about it, Gary, that you'll be interested is it's international. It showcases serial homicides across the world. In South America, there's a Colombia serial killer, Russia. It's internationally woven. It's very well curated, and you're gonna walk out being very impressed. And it's catered to the lay public as well. So it's not cheesy or campy or insulting.
I probably
yeah.
bump into some readers of the New Evil there because it's a population enriched for people interested in true crime.
Yes.
And and it's always nice to have those experiences too. But anyway, I appreciate you telling me that because, as I said, I keep turning down.
Yeah, you need to go. You need to go.
Oh, and if you think it's tasteful and sensitive to victims, then that's a little different. But I appreciate that very much. So thank you.
If it was in Las Vegas, all you had to do was wear a Sparky shirt, and then our boy Chris would pay. He would pay your ticket for free. You'd go in for free, and you get a free meal. So unfortunately, it's not.
Joey, let me ask you this really quick. What do you think of Dr. Gary's haircut?
Well, I don't think he was talking about the hair. Obviously, everybody knows Dr. Gary's a handsome guy, and all the women are throwing themselves at him on the chat all the time. And
water everywhere, not a drop.
It's hard to call in sometimes because you're fighting off the women that are going after him while you're trying to get your question in, and But listen, let's praise Chris's hat because he got the best hat he's ever worn right now. I love it. I love it. Boston Police. I love it.
Look up the name Gerard Daly.
All right, let me get my question in and shut up and hang up and listen to all of you.
Okay, go ahead.
All you brilliant minds. I like the John Hughes jersey you have on, Gary. Also, I love it. Two books I'm going to bring up, but you got to muzzle it, Gary. You're going to want to talk. Don't talk till Joey finishes.
I'm not. I was just commenting.
Put the dog muzzle on your mouth.
Chris,
get the Irk muzzle out and put it on. I've got two books. I'm sure you read. One of them is on Richard Dawkins, The Selfish Gene. Yes, you've read it. Say yes.
I just read it. I just
very perfect, excellent. And then I'll be referring to Without Conscience, Disturbing World of Psychopaths, Robert Harry, which I'm sure you've read that. Hair, Harry Carey Hair. Yes. Okay. Yeah. All right. So here we go. So, and I come up with this question because I had brought up the Las Vegas shooting that was very traumatic for me. And the Stephen Paddocks, because his brain was sent in for analysis and they found no aberrations, which was kind of wild. So The Selfish Gene by Richard Hawkins, that book came out in 1976. To the chat and to everybody, basically what the book does is it kind of flips the way we think about evolution, and it says what's good for this, instead of asking what's good for the human species, it's what's good for the individual. And it's specifically like natural selection being about the DNA gene in and of itself, the gene sort of striving to fight and survive and do what's best for itself rather than for the species, right? The individual rather than the species. The genes behaving as if they were selfish. They act in ways to promote their own survival, replication. So I bring this up just because one of the first things you brought up, Gary, was this sex therapist who I guess let these kids out in the woods. I didn't hear about this. I'm going to research this. This is great. But you can't really put the TV on anymore without seeing crazier and crazier crimes. And I personally feel that it's not just because we have more access to social media and television. I think there is a proliferation in antisocial criminology right now, and we're sort of sitting there watching it. So when I think about the Selfish Gene and Robert
Hair,
pronounce it hair, like a rabbit. Yes, like a rabbit. Hair is, and correct me if I'm wrong, even though you have a muzzle on, he argues that psychopaths, because they're so charming, they reproduce at high rates. They put themselves in very competitive environments and they thrive. So the gene of a psychopath in and of itself thrives. So my question is, as the zeitgeist has proven, as we have a podcast today with 4 superstars on the screen, as the zeitgeist has proven, there is a proliferation of antisocial non-empathetic murders and criminology. And could there come a time where, whether it be government or some kind of institution or even us as a society, that we would make some kind of a demand to have our people sort of have some kind of a record or some kind of genetic monitoring to sort of see what's going on with DNA because of a proliferation of homicide, murders, or any kind of aberrations that is being destructive to our social network. Does that kind of make sense? Is it, or is it going to be something? Now, we're not talking about eugenics. I'm just talking about, could there come a time where something has to be done to sort of keep an eye? And then, but here's the problem that's with my question is psychopathy. It could be argued that it's a personality disorder that, is it nature versus nurture? So could it be that there is no genetic sort of way to observe this aberration? But that's your job, Gary, to answer that question properly while the other guys jump in. Take care.
Thanks, Joey.
Bye-bye.
It's a complicated question because the evidence suggests that psychopathy, the construct that Hare illuminated, building on the work of Keckley, and that got watered down in the DSM and turned into antisocial personality disorder because they wanted to be sort of medical and biological and only include the objectively observable features of psychopathy, so that all the ones that have to be felt, like finding someone glib or charming, whatever, don't really get emphasized. So you're left with just this sort of subgroup of psychopaths, not the worst of the worst, that we call antisocial personality. But the problem with the question is that it presupposes that there's an either or quality to how psychopathy develops. And the literature suggests that it takes a certain kind of brain, but if that brain is in a person who's treated well by the world, that person might become somebody who does something pro-social, like become a leader or somebody who throws themselves on a grenade to save the troop. But if that brain is in a person who is treated badly, they can apply it in this direction of crime and cruelty, right? So that the psychopathic brain is not in and of itself the problem. It's the psychopathic brain in a person who's become antisocially oriented. You see what I'm saying? The psychopathic brain in and of itself probably was very adaptive a long time ago. If you were living in troglodyte times, who would you want to lead you? The fearless person who would have no problem ripping apart a mastodon, that kind of thing. And I think that as a consequence, people find psychopathic people very attractive. They think of them as leaders or people who fight for you or whatever. The problem is that if the person has been treated badly and has that kind of quality, they'll go in the direction of hurting people.
So, Dr. Gary,
it's an interesting question.
But what's the science?
Wait, go ahead. I got to get to this part about DNA, but go ahead.
Yeah. Well, that's kind of where I'm headed. So, if you have two people that are considered low IQ, can they have a genius child?
That's a complicated question because, again, IQ it don't have any. It presupposes that IQ is only biological, but it has a lot to do with environment and education and things like that.
Eugenics is a flawed science, right? I mean,
obviously, but the idea with the eugenics is that it has the fallacy embedded within it that everything is rooted only in a person's genetics, and this is a complete nonsense. The reality is that everything is so nature and so nurture simultaneously that you can't attribute everything only to genetics, and therefore you cannot eliminate it by eliminating a whole gene pool of people. I have no doubt, for example, that if you were to identify a bunch of people as having a certain type of brain and get rid of them, there still would be people who did antisocial things, which are people we call secondary psychopaths, people who, because of their situations, do psychopathic things, but may not have hereditary psychopathy. That's something that Keckley himself talked about. So, and also, when it comes to things that we might take out of the gene pool, I think that's just a disgusting construct. I have a serious problem with the whole notion remove, even if, for example,
It's what the Nazis tried to do.
Well, of course, and I just, there's something about that that's just so horrifying. Even people that are, for example, different, that contribute something unique to society. The notion that you would eliminate them from the gene pool is an absolutely, now, and I mean all kinds of groups, that are different. Don't you guys think that the whole construct of eugenics is so abysmal from a moralistic perspective?
I think that being a product of your environment is more than DNA. Personally, I think that
probably a mixture.
I'm sure it's a mixture, but I still think that being raised, and being in a good, loving home, probably means more than just than DNA. Personally, that's just what I think. And trust me, I'm somebody that has DNA that I'm not exactly all that proud of, but I was raised.
Epigenetics. That's what epigenetics is.
Right. But I was raised by really good people and who instilled decent morals into me, and somehow I was able to sort of function like that. But I think about this all the time, that if I was raised by my father, what kind of a dirtbag I could have ended up being, honestly.
Yeah. Well,
that's what would have happened, but I mean, it certainly would have been more likely than being, so I mean, that's just how I think.
But you have to understand that the problem is, even though I'm a scientist, my philosophy is always going to be affected by my ideas about morality, which are very affected by my faith. And to me, the construct that one life is more valuable than another, and therefore this life should be smutted out, should just be smited, it is something I can't accept.
Well, and
from a moralistic perspective,
I'm not talking about absolutes. I'm talking about likelihoods. I'm talking about percentages. I'm talking about things like that. I'm talking. Yes, I know that certain people overcome incredible, hardships and things like that under the worst of circumstances. That's not that. I'm not painting with a broad brush here and saying that that's just how that works.
No, I know that. I'm just saying as a general comment, and then Chris and John weigh in, but I think ultimately it depends on a society's moral beliefs. But I don't think that that the average person from a moralistic perspective would believe that even if it was for the greater good, because certain types of people are dangerous or whatever, that you should actually euthanize them or remove them from the earth. I mean, there were periods in history where we did that. Cold Springs Harbor, right here in New York, was a place where you basically rendered people incapable of having children because you did an IQ test on them when they came to this country, which you did in English, by the way. And when they failed it, you said, shouldn't have children. And you actually, or you called them a cretin, and you basically removed their sex organs or made it impossible for them to procreate. We have ugly things like that in our history, even here in the United States. So it's like, I just think that I really want you guys to weigh in, but I just don't think there's, from a moral perspective, any world in which it would be acceptable to wipe out a population of people because you believe that based on genetics, they're dangerous. That's just me. But what do you guys think?
You want to go first, Chris?
I'll listen to you, John, and then I'll dovetail.
It's, to me, the entire premise is built on a foundation of sand. Yeah. That we would know enough about the human genome that we could look at it and say, yes, this is definitely predisposes this person to be a monster. Now, that's just simply, to me, looking at it from just a mechanical point of view. The notion that we would eliminate people or sterilize them comes from, it's a sort of dystopic nightmare, and so repellent because it presumes what it is it's predestination taken to its logical conclusion, that you're doomed because of the way you were born. And I find the idea simply monstrous.
how about hypocritical?
Well,
think,
that also.
Let's eliminate these people because they go around hurting people, that they don't even know because they see no value in their life. Solution: we kill them.
Yeah.
I mean,
well, and using a thoroughly subjective moral template. It's you've assumed that your position in the human race is the intellectual and moral high ground, when in fact you have no objective evidence to support that. It's merely your opinion.
Yeah, exactly. And so.
Well, if you think about Saul, it's like Saul of Tarsus. Think about that story. Not everybody, there are a lot of people that change their lives after doing, terrible things for the better. And, like, I agree with you, John, on some level, 100%, that just because where you're born, where, your environment, that doesn't necessarily predetermine. Now there are that you can't deny that there are factors that make things a lot harder.
Well, how about this, Josh? I didn't experience what you did, but I come from, if you were to look at my background, I came from a one parent who was a substance abuser who admittedly had given it up, but was a substance abuser and continued that sort of passive behavior. And the other parent was physically abusive in the extreme. So, and then grew up around substance abuse with my siblings. How do I come out of that as a homicide cop committed to enforcing the law and stopping bullies? That, I would argue, has nothing to do with genes and has everything to do with the souls that we have. They call it the ghost in the machine, but there is far more to us than the simple mechanical components. We have souls, we make good and bad choices, and I believe we do that all independent of whatever our genetic coding is.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things where most people don't have to be taught what's right and wrong, but by society standards, it's pretty well implemented into you. You don't steal, you don't kill, you don't, I mean, you look at the 10 Commandments and you pretty much get the outline of, even if you don't believe in the Bible, you look at the 10 Commandments, it's a pretty good guideline of how you should.
It's a good set of rules for a civilization.
Yeah. So knowing the difference between right and wrong isn't something that necessarily has to be taught, but maybe it has to be enforced. I mean, that's why people go in front of judges. That's why people get punished by their parents, because people do push those boundaries and make those mistakes. So I completely get what you're saying. Also, though, John, there are, blaming your current situation on a past, especially when you're younger, does nothing to benefit your future. I mean, it does nothing. I have a family member who says, I was so screwed up as a kid that it's all my mother's fault. He's 40 years old, but the problem is he's not a kid anymore, and he knows what he needs to do in life, and still refuses to do those things and live the way that he wants. You can only rest on those sort of excuses for so long until people kind of go, well, you know what? Tough crap,
You know what I used to tell people like that who'd claim that my childhood, I was this, that, the other thing. My response is, and I don't mean to sound cruel, I don't know if you had a happy childhood, but at age 40, it's been a long one.
Yeah.
Right? Time to grow up.
I love that. That's a good one. That's very good. Chris, anything to add there?
Yeah, I'm curious.
Now, I think all people are born inherently good. And they have a mechanism internally that, however they want to identify it, it's, we call it our conscience. Some other people call it whatever, different words, right? But there is some type of compass in the human experience, and it doesn't matter if you live in a mud hut in Africa or if you live in a high rise in Manhattan. Everybody has that voice, whatever it is, and depends on the choices based on the environments that they're situated in. They don't get a choice to what environment they're situated in. They don't get a choice to what who are going to be the guides for them, the parenting aspect of it. But there's a lot of transferred behavior that I believe that takes place during childhood. And I think that was kind of the hypothesis of the question is, have we lost as a social context the ability to have a consciousness? And if so, what's caused that? I mean, if you want to see it in action, all we have to do is, go back 20 minutes ago. And, the social media today I've always asked myself from 1933 to 1939, what is it in the human condition that allows people to see the smoke at Dachau, know what's going on in there, and then at some point just walk by every single day and go to work. Yeah, and go to work. And it wasn't until the liberation of Dachau that even though the hardened soldiers and those who were having to take life believing they were fighting for a cause were struck with the horrors that they saw. And yet today, we watch a guy in the streets of Manhattan walk up on somebody and execute him. And we have a line out the courtroom door to celebrate it. To me, that's the equivalent of walking around Dachau and shrugging your shoulders. You saw it with your own eyes. You witnessed it. Yet something in the human condition and in our social structures around the world that's there, we're having a paradigm shift in the world today. And I don't know what that is. I don't know what it's about, but I can tell you, I have sat across from people who have committed, and John as well, and others who have committed the most horrendous crimes, and you all of a sudden realize, just as you're about ready, to give them a sense of comfort, for lack of a better term. And I had one kid who this was the supermarket off of College, John, the guy that was shot up there, the clerk that was murdered. And the kid that did it, I was in the interview with him, and I leaned over, and all I did was touch his knee. And I said, "What you've done is bad, but it doesn't mean the person inside is the person that extended himself that moment. Can I ask you a question?" And by this moment, he had snot coming out of his nose, tears coming down his face. And I leaned over, and this kid had put a shotgun in the victim's mouth and then pulled the trigger. And I leaned over and touched him on the knee and said, "What was that like?" And it is forever ingrained in my permanent memory. His response was, "It was horrible." Now, I don't know what that means in the universe. I do believe he wasn't talking to me. I believe, to John's point earlier, there was something bigger than me, and there's something bigger than all of us. For me, it's a spiritual development concept. But I grew up with 2 Marines, as you guys know, and my mother always had a saying as a child, my development. When the dragon breathes fire, Christopher, pull out your sword and cut his head off. My mother was a woman Marine.
When you were called Christopher, did you get a little nervous, or is that what she always called you?
But the analogy there, right, was you don't have to be a victim about anything. You hold your destiny, and you will decide what direction you will go in your life. Because remember, my dad was gone from 1965 to 1968 for 3 solid years. He did 6 tours in Vietnam. So I grew up with a mother who used to put me on the train, the Green Line, through Milton. And then I'd catch the Red Line and get off at Ashmont Station, walk down Dot Avenue to St. Mark's School in 2nd grade. My mother put into me survival skills. And she empowered me with, if there are crazy dragons around you, don't sit there and become a victim. Do something about it. And what we're seeing today is this victim mentality that it lashes out through the human spirit. And guys like Gary study it for years.
Oh, yeah.
But we're going backwards. We're going backwards. If we were to pull, John?
De-evolution.
I mean, if we look at our neighbors, how do we look at our neighbors? When the greatest commandment is love thy neighbor as thyself. We don't even know who our neighbors are. I guarantee you everybody on this panel grew up in a time where Mrs. Jones said, if you do that one more time, I'm telling your mom and dad. Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Right? Okay. That doesn't exist anymore.
I had a woman who lived next door to me that said that so many times to me. She sounded like a toy that you pull the string.
Chatty Cathy.
She was just like that. You throw that ball in the yard one more time, you're not getting it back. I'm telling your dad. I'm telling you. I used to say, tell him. He doesn't like you either.
and then in the chat, I'll give you a simple example in the chat. I was the last one you asked a question to, right?
That's right.
You've asked my opinion. Okay. There was somebody in the chat that says, this isn't about you, let other people talk, Chris.
Just a minute ago?
No, a while ago. But the point being, okay, this is where we're at as a society.
People are nuts, dude.
They're not nuts.
Yeah, they're rude.
No, but okay, they're making the point that we're talking about here.
They're still dickheads. It's
okay for them to make that point. Okay. Because this is where the collapse of societies occur. Look at the fall of the Roman Empire. And I'm not just talking about the United States. The United States isn't going anywhere. Trust me. It's not going to collapse ever, unfortunately. Now, our experiment here, remember, we're only 250 years old coming up here in July. This is a new experiment.
If you have a republic, if you can keep it.
That's right. And John knows war history more than probably anybody on the panel. Okay. And But this is an experiment. And what is it an experiment of? It's an experiment of moral values, freedom of choice, the greatest gift freedom of life, the greatest gift I give you is life. Second under that is the ability to choose. What do you want to do with it? It's our choice. Everybody has a choice. Everybody has a choice. And yet, what are we choosing? What are we seeing our society? What kind of choices is our society choosing? You have politicians choosing, to burn down cities. You have people choosing to stand in front of law enforcement agencies for years now. We're not talking months. Look in Portland. Every single night, the same cast of characters is out on the street at Portland. And every single night, the same people that drive into that building go home and they go to bed and go to sleep because they are jaded enough to think, I don't care about those crazy people. But we can't have a dialogue anymore. And I think that's going to be the breakdown in our society because that's what happened in 1933.
Well, Chris, you also said earlier, and then we'll take the next call, but you also said earlier, love thy neighbor as thyself. But I feel that there's a lot of people that don't love themselves. So that I don't think that they know how to reciprocate or pass that on.
And that's the principle.
Yeah.
You can't love anybody else until you first know that you're okay. And that's where that's the whole principle in a circle. It's a circle of this idea that says, okay, who am I? Who am I as a human being today? If I woke up if I woke up today and if I walked down the street, like let's just pretend I was somebody in chat walking down the street, okay? And I'm walking past people in a large crowd. Here's what it would look like. Hey, you suck. You too. You're an idiot. You're a jerk. Hey, loser, pretzel boy. Yeah. What do you think this is about you? Do you see how that would look in a public setting?
Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about because I know there are a lot of people that have a lot of they have a lot of thoughts about just life in general that they'll say on the internet, but would never stand up in a public square and yell it from a stage.
Right. And so what does that do? It creates this social tension. Okay. It creates this social tension where, somebody cuts you off. Okay. If you want to see how a city is thriving in any community, watch how the people drive. In Texas, on the 121, okay, if you're trying to get on to the freeway, okay, it's a NASCAR event to drive somebody into the rail, okay, because as another car is coming on, you'll see this car will start to merge over and actually force the other person to slow down and back up, okay? If just drive in Utah, the one thing traveling the country for 3 years in an Airstream taught me, let them be. Okay, just let them go. I'll tell you, the worst drivers in this country are in my opinion, Utah, okay, Texas, Miami, okay. If you want a ride, just buckle up and drive the 95 in Miami. Okay, it's one heck of a show. Okay, cab drivers in New York, are you kidding me?
Yeah. Chris, did I ever tell you the story that I was in a cab where the guy was driving so fast that I said, slow down, I'm not trying to get to the enchantment under the sea dance like in Back to the Future? Because he was going so fast, I thought he was trying to go back in time, like in that movie. I mean, are you kidding me? It's like you have to sign a life insurance policy if you get in a car in New York City. I don't even bother. The worst is Italy.
Oh, it's crazy.
There's a joke in Rome that the reason there are so many churches is before you cross the street, you have to go into one to pray. And when you get to the other side, you go in to thank God that you made it.
You know, when we lived in Japan, when I was in Japan, and when we lived there for 3 years, as you guys know, and there was an intersection called Crazy Corners. Okay, it was 8 streets coming to a roundabout. Okay.
8.
8. My mother used to close her eyes when my dad would try to navigate through this thing. Us kids in the back would be like, holy cow, everybody lay down in case we get hit. You know, it was nuts. So if you want to see craziness, just watch how people drive today. And now you add algorithms to that. Just look at your social media feeds. I love when, you know, I've gone into the jails and I'm interviewing, you know, people. I look at their phones and their social media feeds. The algorithm is feeding that hate. It's feeding that anger, all of those things. And I think that's where the collapses of societies occur. In fact, remember there were early studies of when Facebook first came out that there were coups taking place in third world countries, and the Facebook executives did not anticipate that. And if you ask anybody from Google if they let their kids have phones, or anybody, like every single one of them will tell you no.
Yeah, well, that's
Well, you know, it's an interesting thing, Chris. When I was writing The New Evil, Michael Stone, one of the things we used to sit around, there were many cool things we used to talk about, but we used to talk about how interesting it is to pay attention to non-religious people, to atheists, for example, firm, stout atheists. By the way, Dawkins, that Joey called about, is a very firm atheist, prominent atheist. And we would talk about how sometimes they do things that prove that even if you don't believe you're going anywhere or getting rewarded, you're still a decent human being more often than not. Right? And so the question is, why? What makes people do that? And that's where you get into these interesting conversations about genetics and social structures and all of that. It is a fascinating question. But I think that you know, some people are the opposite. Some people torture themselves with the desire for perfectionism and miss their own decency. You know, Linda, who always calls in, for example, is one of these wonderful people that doesn't realize how good she is. You know what I mean? Because she's, you know, I think good people are so empathic that they wouldn't want to hurt a fly, and that they are always the ones who think they're terrible. You know, there's that wonderful line from Steinbeck, from East of Eden, that says, now that you don't have to be perfect, you can be good. And you know, I think there's something to be said about that. These people who just demonstrate common human decency, and that's what's disturbing me. That's what's deteriorating. You know what I mean? Now it's like, you know, the other day I was walking out of a store, and the person just slammed the door on me. Didn't even hold it, but just let it close on me. And then I said, excuse me, you know. And they said something like, what am I, the butler? You know, some phrase like that. What am I, here to hold the door for you? You know, something like that. And I thought to myself, what is wrong with these people? You know, and there's a lot of that. You know, the person who doesn't think there's anything wrong with answering the phone in the middle of the play. You know, the person who thinks it's okay to show up an hour late for work and let everybody else hold the bag. Yeah. You know, there's a collapse of that very basic decency. And that's what I'm finding really very disturbing. But I also think that there's a whole world of people who still have it, who get no attention, because they're not the ones that are self-aggrandizing or winding up on the front page of the paper. And I love those people. You know,
in police work. In police work, there's a theory called the broken window theory.
Right.
Remember that? Josh, what the broken window theory is in neighborhoods where they don't fix the windows, then you start to see a deterioration of the social structure. And so law enforcement used to assign patrol beats and officers to those neighborhoods because there was this lack of accountability. And then that also moves over to cars. One of the
abandoned cars. You get them off. You leave the longer you leave abandoned cars in the neighborhood, the more it's going to deteriorate.
And that leads into even taillights, broken taillights.
Right.
And if anybody, we used to go, when we'd go 10-8 at night, you'd look for those anomalies on cars, cracked windshields, broken taillights, license plate lights that aren't functioning correctly. You can guarantee you're going to get a warrant.
Yes, they got warrants.
Guarantee it.
Yeah.
Okay. Not all the time, but let's say 8 out of 10 times.
Because if you won't fix a tail light, you ain't going to take care of your ticket.
You're not taking care of your
you can take this to the bank. That if we don't obey little rules, we tend to later not obey bigger rules.
But remember that fascinating proverb that says, "The child who is not embraced by the village will burn it down to feel its warmth." And I think that's the key, right? It's the idea that ultimately a lot of people, there are a small number of people who do things because they're completely morally bankrupt or just fundamentally, almost in a hereditary way, inclined towards selfishness, fearlessness, and all these other kinds of qualities of psychopathic people. But I think the vast majority of them are people who haven't been loved into fruition, who've had some circumstance that has driven them. Most people, there are certainly serial killers and psychopaths and people like that in the world. But I have to say that in my work, doing the work I've done with offenders and people who have gotten into trouble, and things like that, a lot of them are people that their circumstances were rough and they made choices that at the time seemed like a kind of a self-survival. Doesn't make an excuse for, but I think that individuals like that can change. The ones who I think are kind of, it's almost impossible to envision them changing, are the people who are either so consummately given over because it's fantasy driven to commit the crime, or people who have paraphilic sexual perversions. Those people pretty much across their lifetime are going to, the child molester, who the minute you let him out of jail, is going to do it again, that type of person. But I think that people like with these more petty things, a lot of them just made lousy choices. I have to tell you, I have found that, or they themselves were treated horribly. You know what I'm saying?
I just thought about?
Right. Yeah, go ahead.
We're still talking about Joey's question, and I'm done.
But it's a fascinating question.
Yeah, whatever.
Okay, one last Joey's question. I love that guy.
Good question. Joey's a philosopher.
Yeah, just think of May 9th, 1945. That date is significant because the surrender, the unconditional surrender, was May 8th, 1945. You had Europe in shambles. Imagine being a child from the age of 5 to 10, and everything in your environment did not exist. It had been eliminated by Allied bombing. Yet they become a country of some of the most advanced engineering in the world. So did the Japanese, where an atomic bomb was dropped. I think the reason behind all of that is there were no excuses. They had to survive. People in the United States don't realize how good we have it.
That's true.
And we have a generation of people who fought in World War II who are almost all gone now, who are crying about the generation that's here today. That will change at some point in the United States if we don't maintain a path of self-respect and a path of accountability. And that's called the draft, where your pronoun's not going to count because your little number is on a ball that goes through a machine and it spits your number out.
That's really how they do it, huh?
Oh yeah,
That's how it happens.
That's just like the Super Lotto.
Oh yeah, great. Okay, we got more calls.
And you know what, Josh? I've got an early day tomorrow. I'm going to have to wrap up tonight.
I understand. Not a problem. I appreciate it. We got a couple more calls. We're gonna finish off here, but I appreciate that very much. John, tell us where to get your books.
My books are available on Amazon. Service with a Sneer, Beach Blanket Bedlam. Those are my memoirs. Ideally next month, the next one will be out, and I was so fortunate to get. I have cover comments from both Dr. Gary and Chris, and it's humbling to have these wonderful comments. And you can get them on Amazon, and even if you could even find some of my older mysteries that were set in the world of collectible teddy bears. So there's a conundrum I'll leave your viewers with. That yes, I know more about teddy bears than probably a man my age should, but they were murder mysteries set in that world. And on that note, Josh, thank you. Chris, Gary, good night. You guys take care. We'll see each other soon.
Yes, thank you. All right, so let's see. One down. Okay, let's hold on a second.
I can go right behind him too if it gets too long.
It wasn't just one call. We also talked to Linda, and we talked to Michael, who talked about my haircut. We had a couple of calls.
I was kidding. Okay, let's see. Hold on.
I've been waiting 2.5 hours.
Patty's pissed. Good job, Chris.
I know. I'm telling you, I lost all enthusiasm, but
Sorry.
this is Patty. I've called before. I'm from the Tarkington territory, and I was going to ask Mr. Bismarck if I made the bingo card.
Bismarck, I love it. Mr. Bismarck, can I have your autograph, Mr. Bismarck? I still think that's the funniest thing. But okay, so no, that isn't on the bingo card because we didn't do one tonight. But I love with Crisco.
I don't know.
Well, it's been a couple of weeks since I listened to you guys, but I've had a couple of questions since then. The first one, can I tell you a quick joke if I promise it's nice?
Yes.
Okay. So do you guys know the difference between the people from Dubai and the people from Abu Dhabi?
You're making me nervous. Go ahead.
Well, the people from Dubai don't like the Flintstones, but people from Abu Dhabi do. That one just reminded me of Dr. Gary. I can tell you love it.
That's hysterical.
Why does it keep going?
But I just wanted to say, shout out to my friend Julie, who's watching for the first time. I just sent her the link. And to all our veterans and our parents and loved ones who've gone before us. And then I just wanted to ask, I know what I wanted. I'm sorry, I wanted to let you guys know that Sparky the seal, I don't know, 4, 5, or 6, is alive and well here in Minnesota, and I was down to see him last year.
Sparky the seal.
We had a seal named Sparky. We did have a Sparky the 3rd, but now I think we're on about the 8th. But here's my question for you guys. It actually goes back to a couple weeks ago, and it has to do.
2 minutes I've had in a long time. I actually, for a moment, thought I might be having a stroke. I don't know what just happened. There was like 2 minutes of the most random. I'm so confused. Abu Dhabi, the Flintstones, a seal. I don't know what's going on. I'm so confused. Anyway, so how can we help you?
Well, those were a couple things that were on my list, but I was kind of dozing off here, so I'm sorry. Okay.
I just busting your chops. Go ahead.
Mine was, okay, so you were talking about Lizzie Borden a couple weeks ago, and it confused me because I don't remember the story really well because It's been a couple weeks now.
You're in luck.
But I was listening to a podcast where a man had written a book,
Oh.
And I was confused by what you said because he said in the book, Lizzie Borden's biological mom's brother had been staying with them that weekend, and her father had just told him they were going to quit doing the business where they were moving cattle, and so he was angry. So I just wanted to know if that fits into your scenario or if that's something you don't believe at all.
This is the Uncle John Morse crap. So basically, the uncle was staying in the house. That was actually the room that was being made up by the stepmother when she was hatcheted. But the idea is he was somebody who came to suspicion briefly at the time of the murder, the uncle, because his alibi was very tight to the point that he was able to volunteer information like the number on the conductor's hat, which most people wouldn't memorize, that kind of thing. It seemed a little too much. And but the idea is that there was supposedly this conversation about him involved in business, changing the will, so forth, that might have been something that was a little suspicious. But I think it's more that that kind of conversation might have triggered Lizzie, who, as far as I'm concerned, is guilty as hell, might have triggered her to see that there was some rush to eliminate the stepmother and the father, because otherwise she'd be trapped forever in that home. The only way to escape a Gilded Age home in those days was to marry. If you were a woman, was to get married and get out. And it was what I was saying is that it on the call that you're referring to, which you refer, is that it was very important that the stepmother be killed first. And the reason is that if the father had died first, his money would have passed to the stepmother. And then if she died second, the money would have passed to the stepmother's family to distribute the way they wished. So she had to die first, so then the money transferred would only be the father's. And then when he died, the money would go to his daughters. And that is how Lizzie wound up inheriting all that money. So you have to understand, it is very clear to me that there was a financial motivation in conjunction with wanting freedom to get out of there. And this was a classic elimination murder where you stage to look like something else happened, like a crazy person came in and did it, that kind of thing. And it's, of course, ridiculous because it was about 3 hours between those murders as determined by the coroner. Nobody left the house because Bridget was outside washing the clothes. She would have seen somebody come or go. The only person in the house other than the victims was Lizzie. So where did the killer hide? This crazy person who supposedly came in. The only place to hide, as was demonstrated at the time of the trial, was a small little tiny little closet you'd have to crouch in. Are we supposed to believe that somebody hid in there for 3 hours and Lizzie didn't know it? And are we supposed to believe that this crazy person didn't assault Lizzie or sexually or physically, left her alone and killed everybody else? It's a ridiculous story. She did it. But this whole nonsense about the uncle, it's a very old story that is not a new one, and one that has been thrown out many times as a justification for who really did it. I've heard everything under the sun, but I assure you Lizzie Borden killed them, as sure as I was standing there and watched it. That story is much more interesting from the perspective of how she got away with it and the outrages of things that were not permitted in the courtroom, the bias that was present. I mean, just a simple example. The judge in that case was put into power by one of the people who was on the defense team. I mean, there was serious.
Oh, I didn't know that
case. I mean, everything that Lizzie did contradicted herself. Everything else, they threw it out. Do you realize that one of the things they threw out and didn't make admissible in the case was a guard in the jail where Lizzie was being held overheard Lizzie's sister arguing with Lizzie and Lizzie saying, "You gave me up, didn't you?" And they didn't permit it into the courtroom. I mean, give me a break. It was very, very obvious that she did it, but it is far more interesting to ask the question, how did she get away with it and why? And that has a lot to do with things like gender, social constructs at the time, not being willing to ask certain questions, like being uncomfortable asking why she had a little dot of blood on her because you thought it might have been menstrual blood, things like that. So, and so there were a lot of problems that had to do with gender, power. There were immigration issues, blaming the Portuguese immigrants of the area, all kinds of irregularities in terms of what was admissible, and she wound up getting away with it. Of course, she lived a miserable existence, so she sort of, in a way, got convicted anyway.
Yeah, she's like the OJ of the 18th.
Yeah, she was ostracized very, very badly, and she was so hated by so many people, and hated so many people herself. She wound up leaving most of her money basically to animal causes. Our sister wasn't speaking to her at the time, and everything else. But very, very interesting call. But I assure you, she did it, and I just think it's fascinating to think about how she got away with it. But so just don't. I know that case so intimately that I get frustrated with anybody who tries to say she didn't do it. But anyway, so fascinating call.
Thank you.
And you're a very fascinating. You've called before, haven't you?
Yes. Sorry about the confusion in the beginning. There were just a couple things I wrote down.
I got all your jokes. I think you're very funny. You've called before, so I appreciate it. Don't take my my dry humor too seriously.
Yeah, we do. I thought it was actually funny that we do have a Sparky the Seal here, and every time Sparky the Seal passes away, it's the 4th and the 5th and the 6th and the 7th and the 8th and the 9th, and I just went to see him last summer, so I just thought that was cute.
And I like the the goofiness of the humor. It's sort of like the joke. Have you ever had fish jerky?
No.
Do you know how to make fish jerky?
No.
Give it coffee.
I don't get it.
Anyway, okay, moving along.
Because of the caffeine.
Oh, there we go. I'm so sorry. I get it. I'm tired. I'm sorry. All right, you guys have a great night. Thank you so much for taking my.
I tried to give you a dose of your own level of humor, and you didn't like it.
It was
okay.
terrible.
Moving along. She said.
Okay.
Next.
Janet, go ahead, Janet. Where are you calling from?
Planet Janet.
I think you know.
Oh, yes.
I'm calling from where the stars at night are big and bright.
Deep in the heart of Texas. How are you, Janet?
Right on, Dr. G.
Great.
So, picking up on the energy of the last call, Dr. G, what do you call fake spaghetti?
What do you call fake spaghetti? I don't know. What?
Well, this is a true crime channel. You call it an impasta.
Oh, I like that. An impasta. Impastore. Impastore. I like that one. That's fun.
Chris, when he said I like that, he was being serious. He's going to use that at some event somewhere.
But I've eaten fake spaghetti. I mean, that's the thing. I've actually.
Yeah, that's all they serve at Olive Garden. Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
I don't want to. Don't start about Olive Garden.
We're not discussing it. I find it unacceptable to eat pasta that is made that way.
My son Peyton says that you're a prima donna who doesn't appreciate food if you just want to bash the Olive Garden. He said that about you, Dr. Gary.
That's okay.
Okay.
Yeah. He's just never had a grandma that makes pasta from scratch, because if he ever had, he would definitely understand. So I did have some true crime stuff when I called in, but so much stuff has come up tonight that I'm sorry, I'm just going to put my 2 cents in different little areas. First of all, Josh, I would really, really love to see a book from you, but since the filmmaking is your passion and you really share your story so beautifully through that modality, just keep at it, because it is a thing of beauty. And if perhaps there is a book in the future regarding your life story, it may unfold from the documentaries that you make and just be a natural forthcoming from that.
Well, I will tell you this, that I've had discussions with my aunt, with some of my family, and I do have sort of a vision for them to tell their story and for me to capture it. My aunt's not getting any younger and she's not in the best of health, but I've heard her story a couple of times, just from her talking to the parole board, and it's haunting. It's fascinating. It's chilling. It is raw, and I think that it should be. I think it should be documented. I really do. I think that some people live through things that are just unbelievable, and she's one of them. So I definitely want her, and her story. Obviously, her story sort of obviously meshes and molds into to my story. So yes, there are things that I've thought about doing with her, and maybe possibly even my grandmother. But I would only do it on the basis of if they were comfortable with doing it, and I think that they are. I think they are.
Well, if your spirit is pushing you in that direction, listen, and I think everybody here present just so totally supports that. There are voices that need to be heard and voices that we are ready to listen to.
I got to tell you, it's funny that you said, because one of the things that I'm most proud of by doing these, doing these shows and talking about what happened to me is that so many people are so aware of my mother, who life was taken at such a young age, and that's how I've kept her alive for me, is honoring her memory and letting people know, who she was and what happened to her and the injustice that happened to her. And I share photos of her. I don't have a lot, but whenever I get a chance, and I ask questions about her still to this day to my aunts, my sister. I've asked them to my grandmother, and I just have tried to collect all this information. But one of the things one of the things I'm most proud of is that I've been able to keep her memory alive, and her story. I believe her story has helped people. I really believe that, and I think that she knows that somehow, some way.
Well, I also was so happy in your last documentary where you showed it. I don't know if you showed it or told it, that her name is Lorraine. And I had been wanting to ask you your mother's name, and I just wasn't sure. Her maiden
name was Lorraine Sue Kester. Everybody called her Sue. And that was that's her name.
Yeah, my godmother's name was Lorraine, but we all called her Sis. Don't ask me why.
Yeah, I don't know. My
but that also.
Suzanne. So really quick, my sister's name is Suzanne, and all my cousins called my mom Aunt Sue, and my children call my sister and Aunt Sue. So it's sort of unintentional, to be honest.
But I also was going to comment on the conversation that you all had about biology or genetics versus environment and how you're raised. And I believe that your mother was shielding you and protecting you from your father's proclivities. And it was her mission, really, to carry you forth through that. And I think that the changes that come about have to do with consciousness and a shift in consciousness. There are families that go through generations of the same types of abuse, the same types of issues. And it's when one person breaks that cycle and starts to create a change in consciousness that things evolve to a higher and better and different level.
Yeah. You're right about that. No, there's no question. Dr. Gary, what do you think?
I agree. I mean, I'm actually interested in what Chris thinks about this, to be honest with you.
I agree 1,000% that the universe is on schedule.
I agree with that.
Now that's how we handle a call. Woof. Something I have in common with Chris that I always like about Chris is that I think one of the I certainly have this problem is that I cannot be modern in the sense of giving a soundbite answer to something. I can't do it. And the reason is that things are too nuanced, right? So like, I can't tell you how many times I've gone like to film for a documentary and they'll say, tell us a little bit about your background. So I answer it for like 5 minutes. And watch it. All you hear is me go, I'm a psychologist. It's like this thing. So like they'll say, tell us why a sexually sadistic killer does what they do. 20 minutes later, I'm still going. And then when I watch the show, it'll be me saying, they're motivated by desire for power, domination, and control. Soundbite over. And I can't do it. I think to be honest with you, I think the soundbite is the hallmark of a kind of collapsing intellectualism. It's a kind of a collapsing, it's sort of stupid. And I just don't have any patience for it. So I like when Chris just goes and goes and goes, because the answers to these questions require thought. They are complicated. You know what I mean? I mean, look at Joey's question. Joey's question should result in a symposium of 100 people sitting around, and they wouldn't be able. The biggest eggheads in the country, the biggest eggheads in the world couldn't answer that question. You see what I'm saying? And what are we supposed to answer it in 2 seconds? Soundbite?
Yeah. Yes, we are.
Talk about the John Benet Ramsey case in 1 second, please. No, thanks.
Yeah, because if you look at Cape RN's comment to me. Okay, this is what happens all the time about me. I don't know why they don't take shots at you guys.
Right.
It says, Chris, you seem to ignore the evidence that doesn't support your premise. I haven't opened my mouth in 15 minutes.
Good.
But what premise?
I haven't opened my mouth in 15 minutes.
No, I don't mean that. I mean, what are they even talking about? The John Benet case?
Well,
yeah, but do you see how pretentious that is, Dr.
Well, that's the point. That's the point. I'm just sitting here. Okay. I'm just sitting here like you guys enjoying it. And somebody has, remember my analogy a couple of minutes ago about walking in public?
Yeah.
And now imagine if you walked past me in public and go, you idiot. Do I know you?
Happens to me all the time.
That's the point, right?
And then get robbed by 7-year-olds.
But this is how, you know what I've been thinking about while you guys have been talking? I was thinking about, I wrote a song about the death of my mother.
Oh.
That's what I've been thinking about through this whole thing when Josh was talking about his mom. And Josh knows, and you know, Gary, I went and I bought a new guitar today. So in my mind, I have been floating into this idea of, I remember when my mom died, I wrote a song about my mom dying. And by the way, here's a story for the comment a second ago. When my mother died, I was on patrol and I had an impression and I heard the verbiage, Christopher, I'm okay. And about 15 minutes later, the radio cracked and said, my call sign, I remember, was 603. Station O to 603. Go ahead. Can you come 1019 to the watch commander's office, please? I said, sure. En route. I walked into the watch commander's office. There was a lieutenant there. His name is Mike Shirley, dear friend of mine. As I walk in, he goes, hey, I need to have you sit down. I said, my mom died, didn't she? And he goes, somebody tell you? I said, no. He goes, yes, she did. Get your gear off. You need to go home. That's what I've been thinking about through this whole conversation. And yet somebody in the chat decides, you know what? I'm just going to kick it up again. But you see, again, I'm mature enough and wise enough and smart enough that why do people do that? See, I'm trying to analyze that piece of the puzzle now. I'm trying to figure that piece of the puzzle out. And this is what's wrong with society. We have no decency anymore for another human being's condition. And again, we go back to our premises of earlier on. We were just listening to a great woman talk about, pasta, and impasta. We're listening to Josh talk about his mother and the fact that people know her name and all of those things. See, I was actively listening and somebody was actively criticizing. That is the disconnect in our society. And I hope you clip this piece, Josh, of all the pieces that you clip, because we need to stop doing this to human beings. We're all in this together, whether we like it or not. And guess what? It's okay to have a different opinion. It's okay. You're going to be fine tomorrow. You're going to wake up and you're still going to be hateful. Okay? It's okay to be that way.
Yeah, you're right. People choose it. It is a choice. Janet, thank you for calling. I hope you don't jump out of a plane soon, DB Cooper.
Well, look at Delta 75 or 757, Josh. I do think Chris would be more empathetic. I do think Chris could be more empathetic to trans people. Hey, I've stood over dead trans people. Have you?
I never have.
Wait a minute. I'm asking Delta. Have you stood and gone to the family of the trans person and say, I'm sorry to be here this evening. I need to tell you your family member's dead. And when that person is dug up in 100 years by anthropologists, are they going to know it's a boy or a girl? Guess what? They're going to look at the hips and tell us. So this construct that you have of this idea that we all need to go along with group thinking, you're confused because that's what the Nazis did. I'll let you clip that one too.
I'm not clipping that. I'd barely do any clipping. So hold on one second here.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. I apologize.
You weren't interrupting me, but
no, the young lady, the caller.
Oh, well, she's off the line now because we have 3 more calls to take. But I also want you to, Chris, I want you to look at some positive messages because you got a lot of those too.
Yeah, I know. I get it. But you see, everybody shifts the conversation to one thought process as if that's the way I think. Like, I feel the same, Chris, as a parent of one. I worry about their safety. Well, so do I. I've investigated their murders. So why do you judge me that I'm not worried about their safety? Just because you're the parent? I have children too. I worry about my children's safety as well. Does that make you better than me or less than me? I mean, I'm a real person that has conversations with people in real time. I don't make excuses for the way my children, are. The other day I stood on my son's grave and I grounded myself to reality. Is your son in a grave? Let me ask you that question. If not, how dare you? How dare you insult me about my child? You need to get a life. You don't know what it feels like. You think you do. You have no clue. what it feels like to be a parent of a dead child. I do. And for you to come into this chat and insult me, keep going, because I'll give it back to you. I'm not one to hold back, as you can tell. This isn't about YouTube for me. I could care less. It's about humanity and decency. It's about you throwing your problems on me as if I don't have problems. Get a life, because you're the problem with society and why people are doing what they're doing, because you get away with it. Guess what? I got a phone call while at Disneyland, the happiest place on the earth, that my 20-year-old son, who I had just seen 4 hours earlier, was dead. I can't wait for that phone call for you, because you're worried about it. Well, guess what? I hope it never, ever happens in your life. So you keep worrying about your child. I've already worried about mine, and I buried him. Don't come at me like that again. Ever. Anybody in these chats.
Yeah, well, I think that person's gone. All right. Let's move. We have just a couple more calls to take. And give me 1 second here. Connie, you're on the air. Go ahead, Connie. Where are you calling from?
Oh, yeah, thanks so much. I live in Boone, North Carolina in the Blue Ridge Mountains.
Blue Ridge Mountains.
Yes, sir. I live at 3,333 feet.
Beautiful country.
Is that considered Appalachia?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, that's there's somebody that I know well who's from there. We're always talking about what a fascinating accent that is, and fascinating in terms of the contributions of Scottish and everything. Yeah, it's a very, very cool. Yeah, I love that. Yeah, go on.
I've only lived here since 2015.
Ah.
But
So you don't speak the Appalachian dialect?
I don't know too much about it.
Oh, awesome. Well, go on.
Anyway, I'm a first-time caller, and I just wanted to say how much I appreciate you guys. I'm 77 years old, and I listen to you quite a bit. And I love the program on the John Benet Ramsey case today. Sorry, I'm a little nervous.
Don't be nervous.
And I thought it was so well done. I felt so bad for that family, because that mom and dad and brother have suffered so many years for no reason. It's the same thing you're talking about, having respect for people. Anyway, I wrote a book called Memoirs Matter, Learn How to Write Yours. And I actually became an author at age 70, and I've written 4 books. And what I love to talk about is people never, ever giving up on their dreams, no matter their age. And I've fulfilled so many of my dreams in life. And I think when our dreams die, we begin to die. And I've seen so many young people that don't even have a dream. And they have no goals in life, no vision in life, other than to be on social media or to put people down or to act like they're better than anybody else. And it's really sad to me.
What do you write about?
Well, they've been very different. I've been all over the world on humanitarian work. For example, I joined the Peace Corps at age 60. I never knew you could join the Peace Corps at age 60. And I worked with Samaritan's Purse, worked with Mission Aviation Fellowship, worked with Mercy Ships, and just done a whole lot of work all over the world. And excuse me. And so the memoir that I wrote, you don't have to be rich and famous to write a memoir, but I try to encourage people in my guide that come up with a theme in your life and write about that. So the name of my book is called Dream On, The Alarm Clock of Your Life Hasn't Gone Off Yet. because nobody's going to pick up my memoir. They have no idea who I am. So that's one of my themes in life, is just to live until the day you die and to never give up on your dreams ever. And so I titled the book that way, so that people that have they've lost their dreams, or they're having struggles about their dreams, will pick up the book and read it.
Right.
So
but people in this world have a tendency to think that there's something that they're supposed to become, and to feel disappointed in the world and themselves when they don't become it. But it's more about working very hard to realize what you already are.
Yes.
The value of your soul and what you came into the world as. And I think that that's the challenge, is realizing that, on any given day, wherever you go, there's an opportunity to kind of live out that truth.
Yeah, absolutely.
Like Chris asked a question earlier, that is a question that also comes up in the gospel. Who is my neighbor? Well, the truth is, it's whoever happens to be next to you at any given time. And at any moment of the day, you have an opportunity to play that out. Every moment, even right here, our basic consideration of each other, the way that you've been put in front of us to testify and to talk to us, and for us to have an opportunity to use this particular conversation to talk about a deeper truth and all of that. That there are people who call in troubled, and we sort of take time out of our lives. The most valuable thing, time. We'll never get that back. And you give it, we give it away like water, right? And what do you get back? People criticized who never leave their basement, So I think that just comes with the territory. And I like that you're inspiring people that there's never a expiration date, because there isn't. There's, you know what I mean? So that's beautiful. It's good for you. And I'm glad you got to talk about it here. Is it something people could buy on Amazon or something?
Yes. I've written another book as well called Wounded No More, to help people that have been hurt in the church, because there's a lot of church hurt going on.
That's a very diabolical thing, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
Where the church itself catches the disease of the world is a very sad reality, but I think of a great darkness of the time we live in, and it has unfortunately infiltrated in a lot of places, but thank goodness there are still people who get it, so that's beautiful. Good for you. And joining the Peace Corps at 60 is remarkable. Where'd you go? Where'd they place?
I went to Botswana, Africa, and worked on the AIDS pandemic.
Oh, amazing!
Wow.
You've really lived out some acts of mercy, haven't you?
Yes, and I worked in Madagascar for 7 months on Mercy ships. That was amazing. It's a surgical ship that goes to the ports of Africa and brings people on board for surgeries that don't have access to medical care. And so,
a good and faithful servant.
Thank you. And so I worked with them, and also worked with them in Senegal, West Africa, and in Sierra Leone. And then I worked with a Samaritan's Purse. My background is in accounting. You don't think of an accountant as an adventuresome person, but I am. And
St. Matthew was a tax collector.
Yeah. And I tell people it's really important to decide, like, I encourage people to figure out what the four most important things in life that are to them. So, for example, myself, I realized that I believe in travel, adventure, and service to God and service to country. And that's who I am. And when I began to appreciate who God made me to be, it really changed my life. And, Oscar Wilde once said, be yourself, everyone else is taken. And don't be the counterfeit version of somebody else, because we're very unique, each of us. We're very special.
But you see what you said? You realized what you already were. That's the key. And the key is to realize that there must be something very, very valuable about your soul if it was worth God dying over.
Yes.
And I think that's the whole idea, is that so much of the darkness in the world is designed to make you think that you're so bestial and so ugly and so flawed and so terrible that God couldn't love you. That's the whole idea. It's designed to make you forget that. And I think that's what has to happen is that, so when someone like you comes into the room and says, look, there's still light, you don't realize what an effect that has on people. It's enormously, enormously inspirational. And I think, even the way I feel talking to you is that you came like a kind of truth bomb into the room tonight, and everybody is sort of sitting quietly fascinated. Because you're somebody who has that sort of glow that you get when you're just at peace. And so I think that's beautiful. Good for you. And I'm glad you know the secret.
And could I share something else with?
Go on.
I was with Samaritan's Purse, and they do humanitarian work all over the world. And I was a finance manager, and I went around the world filling in for people. So the first assignment I went to was Hanoi, Vietnam. I said, "You're sending me where?" And I've been 3 times to Hanoi, Vietnam. I was in Liberia right after they were declared Ebola free the first time.
Oh.
I was in Greece twice working on the refugee crisis. I was in Jordan twice working at a Bedouin hospital. I was in the South Sudan, almost died there. And then I worked in Nepal.
Wow.
Boy, you put me to shame. I'm impressed when I get out of the house. That's really remarkable.
And in the very early years, in the early 90s, I was in New Guinea in the South Pacific, working with Mission Aviation Fellowship, and I took my kids with me. And one of you was talking a while back of how people in our country don't realize how good they have it. So I've traveled so many places, and there is no place like America. And you might think that's cheesy, but it's so true. And
it means more coming from somebody who's been all over the world.
Yeah.
You don't really want to hear it from somebody who's never been anywhere.
Okay.
But it means more coming from you.
Yeah, you're one of those people who proved that faith in action is a very big deal.
Yes.
When it lifts off the page and radically transforms a person's life, what a person can do is just absolutely unbelievable. And it is just unbelievable. You know what I'm saying? I mean, those simple words, when put into action, can change the world, literally. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
So that's a beautiful thing. You just keep on doing that. And do us a favor and repeat the names of your books, because a lot of people in the audience want to hasten to Amazon to buy them.
Okay, the first one is Dream On. The alarm clock of your life hasn't gone off yet. The second one is Memoirs Matter. Learn how to write yours. And I based that on the way that I wrote my book. And the third one is Wounded No More, an individualized plan to heal church wounds. And the fourth one is a work of fiction I call The Glory Tree. And I'm currently writing a movie script about that book, telling that story.
Good for you. Well, I think that for a lot of people who are jaded by the darkness, and you see some of it, come up in our chat, and people who try to spill that negativity into this place, because that's always going to happen. Your call has a kind of inspirational quality to it. I think it restores that hope that I think a lot of the people come here for. Like Shakespeare said, so shines a good deed in a weary world. It's a very good thing when somebody does that. It's very inspirational and healing. So thank you for calling. I really want to thank you personally. It feels really good to talk to you. It's a nice little reminder. You guys feel that too?
Sorry, could I iterate one more thing that Mother Teresa? Mother Teresa said something that has really, really stuck with me. She said, one person cannot change the whole world, but one person can change the world for one person.
That's right.
In other words, we can change lives one at a time. We can inspire each other one at a time. We can't change the whole world, but we can change the whole world for one person. So, for example, like when Josh shares about going through the grief process and he encourages people in that sense, that's so awesome. And I just want to end with this. I just want to thank you all for adding faith and morals and philosophy and spiritual things to the conversation, because that's very unique, and you make no apology for that, and I appreciate it.
Oh, we sure don't.
Awesome.
Well, I appreciate it. And one of my favorite quotes from Mother Teresa was that, she was always pulling the poor off the street, and bringing them inside. And a lot of them would die in her arms or when she was pulling them in. And sometimes she would say to them before they passed away, "Do you believe in Jesus?" And a lot of them, who were Hindus mostly and so forth, would say, "I don't know who that is. Is he anything like you?"
Mm-hmm.
And she would say, "No, but I'm trying to be like him."
Mm-hmm.
And that alone was capable, for some reason, of converting many people, because they saw someone who was being a little Jesus,
Mm-hmm.
So I think that's exactly what the Christian is, right? And that's what you're standing for so many people that are watching, is you make them understand that that's not just a dusty old book. You see what I mean?
Yes. Thank you.
So it's a beautiful thing. And all of us need to remember that what's going to happen if you try to be a little Jesus is you're going to get crucified. So people are going to be nasty to you sometimes.
Yeah.
But that just comes with the territory. You get what I'm saying?
Yes, I do. Mm-hmm.
Well, Connie, thank you so much for calling in. I appreciate that and appreciate the kind words and the support.
Okay.
Yeah.
You're welcome.
Take care.
Take care. Oh.
All right. We have one call.
Wasn't that a great caller?
It was fantastic. Love
She's
her.
the best. I love people like that. And you can tell she suffered for it, but she didn't even bother to tell you that part.
Danica, is that how you pronounce your name?
Maybe Danica?
Yes, it is.
So you say Danica, not Danica?
Yep, Danica.
Okay.
Nice try,
Spelled
Dr.
differently,
Gary.
but yeah.
Papier mache, Dr. Gary. Is that how you say it?
And we had that kid, what was it, Peel and what is it, Kid and what are they called? Those two comedians, Peel and
Key and Peel.
Key and Peel, when that teacher that says your name wrong and breaks the desk if you correct him.
Yeah. Well, it reminds me of remember when George Costanza had that girlfriend he called her pretentious, and she was doing Jerry's taxes, and she goes, called my doorman Samuel, and his name's Sammy, and she didn't even say it was Samuel. She went Samuel, and I was like, oh, that's what you're doing right now.
Yeah, but remember Aaron instead of Aaron. Aaron.
Aaron, yeah. That's awesome. So what can we do for you?
Go on.
Well, I definitely won't be as interesting as Michael, who reminds me of Fonzie. And Chris, I won't be as interesting as Aaron, that's for sure. I called Chris the other day, and that was interesting all the way to the end.
Thank you.
But I do hope that you get answers for John Bonet's family. Yeah. And it's sad to me that Patsy was not alive to be able to see the results, but I'm glad you're getting them now for the remaining family members and the accused. But the reason I called, I'm really interested in the Cold Case Foundation too. And I appreciate that Josh shares his story, and he's like into production and movies and things like that. And one of the most interesting cold cases that I remember the best, because it was the first huge murder in a small town I grew up in, was the Las Cruces bowling alley murders. I don't know if you've heard of it. It was in Las Cruces, New Mexico. And I went to school with some of the girls that were killed. And the killer was never found. It's still gone unsolved, unfortunately. And so I don't know if there's ever a chance that you might be willing to look into that. And then later on in life, I move up north. I'm in the Pacific Northwest now. And that last caller reminded me, I never did quit on my dreams. I worked in several fields for several years. I mean, I've been in criminal justice. I'm in healthcare now. I was in healthcare before. I've worked in retail.
I've been a waitress. I've done all kinds of things, but I wanted to buy a house. So I worked 3 jobs at a time. And so she was pretty inspiring too, because I wanted a ranch for my entire life. And it wasn't until I was in my 40s that I accomplished getting my rescue ranch. And I combined that with having probation programs on my ranch to help troubled kids. But while living here, my first house I ever bought before ever accomplishing my ranch was a house that the property ended up being excavated. My first house, the property was excavated because they were looking for remains or a bicycle from a cold case of a girl that was killed several years prior. And it's a case I don't know if you guys are familiar with, but it's the LC Valley serial murders. It's only 30 minutes away from the famous Brian Koberger. It's a beautiful valley. They have had a suspect for years that has, because there's several murders tied to that one. And there's they do have a suspect. I don't know if they're allowed to say his name on YouTube yet or not. But everywhere he went, something suspicious happened. But they just have not had enough to actually catch him, which is very irritating because it goes along with the Civic Theater murders in the same town of Lewiston, Idaho. And so I really got into that, being that I lived in the house where they were excavating for the little girl, Christina White.
Yeah, I'm not familiar with those cases, to be honest with you. They certainly do sound like they've got some solid leads, though. If they have a name, do you believe that they got the right guy?
I believe yes, because there's too many coincidences.
Sure. Yeah.
And the other one never did have any suspect anywhere because honestly, nothing ever bad happened in Las Cruces. That was the first big murder. And I was in school and it was girls that I knew that died. So that one hit me really hard and it still follows me to this day, not knowing who or how it happened. And then moving here and moving into a house where find out, there's other serial murders that went unsolved, but there is a prime suspect. And it's really irritating that they cannot get that prime suspect.
Sure. No, that is frustrating. There's no doubt. And I understand, your position there and why you would feel that way. Hopefully they can, get something going there. Obviously, the ground rules for the Cold Case Foundation, I think everything goes through a process. There are forms that people, families, and law enforcement agencies fill out. It's submitted in. And those cases are then sorted through. We have an analytical process that they go through. And then it's decided through that process to be assigned out. And what ends up happening is each particular case, and by the way, we have a lot of cases that we review. And the priority cases come from the law enforcement agencies, the active law enforcement agencies that are working. So those kind of things are assembled rather quickly. But the other kind of cases come from families and that type of stuff, which, it would have to come through a family. But what's critical is we would need access to all of the law enforcement documents. And in the Ramsey case, we have all of those documents from the district attorney's office, not from Boulder Police Department. We have all of their documents, but it all came through the district attorney's office through Lou Smith. And so we've been able for the last year to review every single document in that case, every interview, every picture, that's been available in the John Ramsey case that the public has never, ever seen. The Cold Case Foundation, we've been reviewing those documents for the last year. And so when we came out yesterday, and thank you for saying what you said, we laid out this idea of, poor Burke, this 9-year-old little boy. How did he ever, who created that narrative around a 9-year-old little boy, killing his little sister, and then the family creating a garrote to strangle the daughter to make it look like, a cover up. And
Right.
that narrative is so deep in our society for the last 30 years. You could see the weight of John Ramsey last night on that program. He was up in Michigan, and he had just finished, I can't say what's going on, but he had just finished a media interview like an hour before he came onto the program. Add the technical difficulties, that he was having because he's not at his house. And it just, I guess it just made him, you could see, at least from my heart, I was looking at him and going, he's exhausted.
Yeah,
I can only imagine, because he went 30 years being accused. That's not something that you can live down no matter where you live when it's a national case. Now,
Yeah, exactly.
one that I get frustrated by, that they're guilty as all get out, is the day bills. And you never see, like, I never saw that. I was young when it happened, but it was the first big news case with a child being murdered that I ever watched.
Sure.
But I never saw Patsy or John or Burke as being evil like I did Chad and Lori Daybell.
Right. And
I don't know if you're familiar with him.
Oh yeah, I'm very familiar with Chad. And
that's in my area too. Lucky me.
The zombies. I get it. Yeah. And when you see just this constant barrage, no matter what the guy says, I get a little of it, just because of my personality, but my wife loves me, so that's what counts, right? And God loves me. So, the other stuff is what it is. But, you can sense the he's almost at a point of hopelessness because he's almost 82 years old, and he doesn't want the legacy falling on his children.
Right.
Back to his children, to Burke and to his other son from his first marriage, Michael, where they have to pick up the torch, and now they become the society's whipping board. John's been strong enough to say, hey, fine, take all the swings you want. I'm right here. Okay. I mean, the guy gets up on stage at CrimeCon, for goodness sakes, right? And he's like, what do you want to know? Come get me.
I just hope for his sake that it is solved so that he can rest in peace and his son can live happily.
Yeah, exactly. And that is a great point. Thank you for expressing that. And because I think any father can understand what happened that day to a 9-year-old little boy on Christmas morning. And the fact that he had already lost a daughter in an automobile accident, and the numbness that comes from that piece of the puzzle. And then you add, the destruction of your daughter through a sexual sadistic behavior utilizing a garrote. And then you add the media. And how does the media paint this whole thing? And this is one of the rabbit holes that we all said, let's keep an open mind here. And by the way, we still are. We're still looking at this entire case. But now it's being examined by 200 experts. Not one, not two. not just 3 people, okay, and not 2 people that, come up for a CBS special, or not Dr. Phil with, 45 minutes with, a Burke, and then all of a sudden, they can cut and paste and put whatever they want for the commercials. No, let's approach this thing one-on-one with all of the investigative documents, all the investigative pictures, all the investigative evidence to date, and let's put a fresh set of eyes on this. And one of the first things we discovered, which we presented last night, was, well, let's talk about who utilizes a garrote. And we're not saying
Watched it, and that made a lot of sense. I'm just surprised, honestly, that he is as sane as he is and as humble as he is, being what he's been through. He's got to be. Some people would be just hard as stone, but he doesn't appear that way.
Well, exactly, and it's like, okay, so we apply that principle that you just mentioned there, right? In terms of, he's exhausted, he's humble, he's been through so much, okay? But you notice he's sitting there listening to us talk about the murder weapon of his child. And he's not flinching because, right? Because he's exhausted. He's been talking to the authorities for years. And by the way, the very first day, the investigators, who, by the way, had never worked a homicide, let's keep that in perspective as well. You think the Guthrie thing is screwed up, right? I mean, we can all think that. We think the Guthrie case is messed up. Try adding a detective who's never worked at a homicide, and then add a second detective who was a dope officer, and because he had put dope cases together, they figured this guy can, probably do a good job putting this case together, who both wrote books and both appeared on TV shows later on and said, by the way, okay, I know who killed John Bonet. Well, who is it? It's John. John did it. And then they put a panel of experts together on other TV shows who say, no, it's not John, it's Burke. And John covered it up with Patsy, who wrote the notes. Okay. And then you get 4 or 5, deep web, platforms that have said, no, everybody's got it wrong. Okay. It's Burke. It's Santa Claus. It's this, it's that. Okay. So what we did is, and what we do, and this is how it, sometimes it operates, okay, is you slow down and you compartmentalize the entire picture, and you take it in segments, and you take it in what we call behavioral segments, okay, where you're not looking at the noise. Like when I started talking about the Guthrie thing, the Guthrie case, you notice I started asking questions about the garage door data points. And people, have hammered me. People are like, why do you keep focusing on the family? Who said I'm focusing on the family? I'm trying to figure out how the garage opened up or closed. And if the family got there in the morning, did they go through that door? That's all I'm asking.
Right, the timeline. That's like the timeline. I was not aware. I was still pretty young, but I didn't know that the first officer did not check down in the basement and that he still blames himself for that. Or the wine cellar.
Well, and guess why he went down there, right? He didn't go down there on his own. He was told by that detective, okay, go check the house. Now, who does that in a homicide case?
Honestly, I mean, that was a crazy thing. By the way, it is important to note that house is massive, and it was a maze.
Wasn't it like a 6,000 square foot house or something?
Yes, it's huge. And that's why we broke it up in segments. And I couldn't believe it. I had an aha moment. I can talk about it now because we've already talked about it. I had an aha moment. It was like 8 months ago. I was reading through the reports and I came across this report that says one of the neighbors, when he came over to see them, that, you know, when John called him, it was the neighbor across the street, white. And he comes over, and guess what door he goes to come into the house? He goes through the service door because he sees it open 5 inches.
And that was from the party the night before.
Well, yeah. Well, think about that, right? For a moment. Okay. Let's not try to figure out how it got open. Let's just figure out, or let's just see it for what it is, right? You're a neighbor walking up and you see the door to the service entrance open 5 inches. So obviously you think, okay, there's a door open. So I don't know how it got open. That's right. That's the next piece of this. That's the question you ask. Well, why is this door open? So I started looking through all of the other reports again, you know, all the police reports. We have some AI software, and I put a search terminology in, reports that say door open. Okay. All of a sudden we find a police report of the first responding officer that says, I went to the service door and the service door was open.
Wow.
And I'm going, you mean the police actually found the service door open? In my head. And guess what? That's true. It's true. And when you start searching it and looking for it, it's out there. It's always been out there.
But yet everybody focused on that window, right?
They shifted their focus down to the basement.
But wasn't the basement window broken?
Right. And what is that? Right. And so you
could have gone out there.
Maybe that was his intent. We don't know.
Yeah.
We don't know. And this is where we're going on the next episodes. There's going to be a lot more information that we're going to be able to drop on this thing.
No, I mean,
and Josh, how old were you when that case happened? Were you pretty young?
Yeah. I don't even remember the year. What year was that, Chris? Did the
1996?
96.
I
was like 10. I was
okay.
I'm Burke's age,
and
so I was just a little bit older. I'm a 77 baby.
Yeah, no, so I didn't remember it when it happened. Although, I mean, I remember people discussing it because it was such a big deal. I remember my grandma, by the way, who has no interest in true crime whatsoever, but it was such a massive case. It was all over, you know, Entertainment Tonight and the tabloids and everything. So I remember that portion of it, but I didn't really know the detail. I didn't start looking into the case probably until probably 10 years ago. And I just did all the same stuff that everybody else did. I just watched all the interviews and I read some books, but I've had people try to convince me that it was the family, and I've just never really.
I don't believe that.
I've never been able to get there, not because that's what Chris thinks or that's what I've always been part of that camp, but I was never going, well, there's just no way that was possible, but I just never thought that anybody would like stage a crime scene like that.
And if you have to step back. Okay. I follow the evidence. I don't follow what people think. If you haven't figured that out, I'm yes, I can be opinionated, no question about it, but I'm also teachable. And what teaches me is the evidence. And what teaches me is the ability to think outside of the box. And that's why, all of the things we started talking about last night, I had an aha moment early on. So Greg and Dean, who are executive and co-director, says, Chris, you're the kid guy, so you're going to lead this, and I want you to dive in. And so I did. And this was about a year ago. and I had access to everything that we needed. And I started seeing these patterns. And that is one gift that God has given me, is the ability to see correlating connections. And so I started asking stupid questions, which is the other thing that's important to do. Questions are an investigator's surgical tool. And if you execute them correctly, and you're not afraid of the answers, or you're not afraid to ask hard questions or make really tough statements, okay, then you won't get the answers that are justifiable to people that may have not done the crime that they're committed or that they've been accused of committing.
Right.
And so you have to ask it. You have to do it. And so one of the things I wanted to know right away was, okay, let's have a paradigm shift as a collective group. So I presented the idea with John in a meeting, and I said, John, tell me about that service door. And he goes, what do you mean? I said, well, tell me that morning what you remember. And he told me, he says, well, I'm not sure if it was left open or closed. I don't remember. Okay. I said, okay, that's reasonable. So that's where I went to the secondary law enforcement source. And the law enforcement source said, no, that door was left unlocked and open. And it even says in the report, the neighbor found it 5 inches. And this was the very first officer, French, the very first guy on the scene, found that door unlocked.
And that was in the case report.
Yes, it's in the reports.
But not only unlocked, but did you say that it was open?
The neighbor reported it 5 inches open. The officer said it was unlocked and opened. Well, that's what the reports say. Now apply those observations into a cover-up. I mean, think about that. Let's think outside of the box, think critically, and say, okay, what do we got here? Well, Burke just hit her with a flashlight. Holy crap. Okay, what are we gonna do? Well, let's make a garrote. What are we going to use? Well, I've got some twine down here, or some unaccounted for rope. Okay, a little piece of look like a shoelace. And let's do this. I'll tie this special kind of knot. I'll break the paintbrush into 3 pieces. I'll take one of them and leave 2. Okay. And then I'll apply it to my daughter's head, wrap it around her neck, and then wrench it so tight that even the medical examiner's office can't see the cord embedded in her neck. And then what do we want to do, Patsy? Well, let's take some duct tape and put it over John Bonet's mouth. Good idea. What do we do next? Well, let's put her in the wine cellar room and cover her with a blanket. Perfect. Now what do we do? Well, let's take an unknown rope and throw it in her bedroom. Good idea. Now what? Let's take a bat and put some fibers on it that are consistent with the carpet downstairs, potentially in the wine cellar or the train room, and put that outside the butler's door so the police can find it. Good idea. And let's cross our fingers that the responding detective who gets here says, Mr. Ramsey, go look for your daughter and find her in the wine cellar.
Oh, you forgot one part of the cover-up. The DNA.
And by the way, we need to get some unknown male DNA to the point where the original investigation went to China, to the underwear manufacturer, because they were trying to prove it's touch DNA from one of the factory workers in John Bonet's underwear. And then let's do this. Patsy, we're not done. And by the way, this is all gonna, I can talk about this piece. Let's write a note in the kitchen, use the pad, and we'll submit it to the Secret Service, who will come back and say, we can't say she wrote that. We'll submit it then to a second law enforcement group, an expert lab. We can't say she wrote that. But then we'll search for a third private group that says we can't eliminate her. So you have the two law enforcement authorities, the Secret Service, who says she's not the author of the note. And then you have a secondary law enforcement lab with experts who say, we can't say that she's the note. We can definitely say John didn't write it. Does that make sense?
No.
And now we talk about the grand jury, right? Where everybody is like, well, the grand jury had two true bills. Well, then why didn't they indict him? Do you know why? Because I love this. Because all those cheese puffs weren't lining up.
I love cheese puffs.
Going to the Bush Steve my cheese puffs. They weren't, all those cheese puffs were not lining up yet. And so what we're doing in this series is exposing the year's worth of work so far, and maybe there'll be more.
Yeah. But Chris, I told you this, but I remember when I think it was one of the police officers was talking about it on, maybe it was like Larry King or something. And they were saying how casual John was being about opening up his mail.
Yeah.
And they're like, yeah, he's just opening up his mail. Huh?
Yeah. The Detective Arnett's, that's her name.
Yeah. And then they were asking John about it. And John goes, we just found a ransom note. And I was like, I was looking through the mail in case there, because they hadn't found her yet at that point. Correct. So he went and he's searching the mail that was collected in the kitchen, and he was searching through it in case there was another note or something or another ransom note. There wasn't, but I remember when that lady said that, I was like, well, that's kind of odd that he'd just be sitting there like checking his mail. But he was like, I wasn't checking the mail just to check the mail. I was looking for more correspondence. I remember, I always found that odd.
You know, even if you think about, you know, the hocus pocus on this stuff, right? That's all noise right now. That's all noise. You have to, in homicide, you have to stay with the victim. And you have to stay within the circle of that victim for a moment. Okay. For as long as it takes. And then you have to ask yourself, okay, remember we talk about even in the Guthrie case, everybody's looking for the body. If I was the case agent on that investigation, or the cold case foundation, we were investigating that case, we wouldn't be looking for Nancy Guthrie. She'd be the bonus. We're looking for her car, all the cars that it would take to get a Nancy Guthrie out of that area or into that area. The suspect had to take a car into the area, and they had to take a car out of that area.
Right.
I can't tell you how many murders I've solved by not looking for the victim. Because that victim can be anywhere, but you need a car to get it there. And that car is a real problem for the suspects. That is the most, look at Ted Bundy. How did they get Ted Bundy? Did they catch Ted Bundy, or did they see his Volkswagen?
They caught Ted Bundy because of the way he was driving. He was pulled over and they discovered a rape kit.
Bingo. The car caught Ted Bundy. The Volkswagen caught Ted Bundy. They saw his Volkswagen at the lake. They have pictures of somebody that took pictures of a Volkswagen at the lake. They weren't looking for the male. They were looking for the car that the male was driving. If we look at all the serial killing cases around the country, just about all of them, Gary, I'd love to see this data point in your data. Look at Rex Heuermann, the green station wagon looking truck thing. They weren't looking for Rex Heuermann. They were looking for his vehicle. That's homicide 101. Homicide 101. Okay. If they find that car coming and going in the Nancy Guthrie case, that's huge. That's huge. So guess what we're doing in all the police reports? We're looking for vehicles that come and go out of the Ramsey neighborhood that neighbors, friends reported as being suspicious. You start doing the math. What if we find it? And now all of a sudden it has nothing to do with the house. Yeah, we'll stay at the house because of the garage. But what if there was a car that was towed around that time? And in that car, there's duct tape, there's white lace, there's fibers, and the cops don't even know it's there. That happens all the time. That's why I was preaching in the Guthrie case, and everybody's, not everybody, but people are like, get off of this car thing. No. Look at Brian Koberger.
Yeah, that's true.
One white car. Okay. Which and who did I hit the hardest on that case? I hit Washington State University. You guys had the freaking car like a week later. What were you thinking? They were thinking not inside. They were thinking in the box and not out of the box. And that's how you solve these kind of cases. And the whodunits aren't really whodunits. It's who drove into it. Who was here? And I can guarantee you, and by the way, there is a new trend happening right now with flock camera systems being vandalized in the Tucson area. Look that one up. You know what the flock camera systems are? They're the LPR, license plate reader systems, looking for cars coming and going. Well, guess what? Maybe the suspect's monitoring what's going on, because I think even in Seattle, it's happening. Criminals are catching on, and they're starting to go after the flock camera systems. But that's not really complicated, because there are other systems that they don't know about that I won't ever talk about. So again, it's easier to look at David. Yeah, a car. Thank you. Exactly. The body's in the car. Because the car becomes what we call a secondary crime scene. The house is just one crime scene. The moment you move a victim from the house to the car, that becomes a secondary crime scene. And that evidence sometimes can be that's where you get the majority of the critical evidence in solving crimes. Because it's in those cars that the victim, is put, and that's where the body starts to, decompress, and blood starts to settle, and fluids, and all this other stuff starts to happen inside of those cars. And so this is why it's so critical to ask the question, why did they impound the family car for 40 days? Are they just looking for the telematics? I would submit to you the answer is no. And we just don't know about it yet. Now, did they find anything? I have no idea. Are they involved? I don't know. But I find it interesting that they impounded the car. Whatever that means, I don't know. But I can tell you from my own experience, that's a smart move. That was a very smart move. And Gary, you heard me, and Josh, I was the first one on the internet to say, why did they impound the family car?
Yeah.
And everybody was like, what are you talking about? Well, I'm asking the question, why did they impound the family car? And look how many people have read into that in terms of, well, they tried to get the telematics and they tore it apart, et cetera, et cetera. Okay, fine. And how did the sheriff answer at the moment it became public? He said, well, and watch the press conference. He makes mention, well, the family, the car, it's just a matter of procedure. No, it's not. I was the first one to say, why is ICAC here? I was the very first one. You can go back and watch my videos. I was the very first person that said, look at the shirt. It says Internet Crimes Against Children. Why are they there? And how did the sheriff answer that? The sheriff said, and I even heard somebody today say it, well, ICAC is a normal, group that would be used. No, they're not. You've never worked a murder if you say stupid things like that. Don't confuse the public. It's reality. And this is, the fake Navy SEALs.
Yeah, yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
The reason they use those boats is because, well, what do you know? You don't know anything about being a Navy SEAL. Neither do I. And if you've never worked a murder, meaning a homicide case, where your beeper went off at 3 a.m. and you stood over the victim and you said, why is his arm over there and his eyeballs are over there? Don't pretend you have. Don't pretend on the internet. It's dangerous because the suspects are watching.
Yeah.
Stay on the pistol range where you worked. That's where you belong. Okay. Or if you were a reserve officer, don't pretend you're a profiler and a criminologist going to CrimeCon. Don't do that. It's a bad look for the professionals that actually have done it. Not reserve officers who pretend. Don't do it. It's a bad look. And by the way, I'm going to CrimeCon. I hope to see you.
When do you leave for that?
Thursday. And so getting back to the Ramseys, okay, we're going to keep an open mind and continue to follow the evidence, whatever that means. Whatever that means. And guess what? Every one of these 200 experts that are in the Cold Case Foundation actually are professional, credentialed experts. And the ones that have been removed is because we figured out they were frauds. And if you're no longer on the Cold Case Foundation, that's because the executive director, if he got a phone call, would tell you, no, that person was removed. And the reasons would be because they faked their credentials. We don't hang out with fake Navy SEALs or fake homicide detectives or fake criminologists or fake profilers. We don't do that. And if anybody has a question, go ask John Douglas, who's going to be at CrimeCon. He'll tell you. Just ask. And people don't ask anymore.
Yeah,
they
just take people's word for it.
You know why? Because John Bonet deserves credentialed experts like Dr. Gary Brucato, like Ann Burgess, like, all of these other individuals. They deserve, the victims deserve, Nancy Guthrie deserves, not somebody who was a reserve officer commentating, making comments about their opinion but she deserves people that have actually done the job. Or, you know, she doesn't deserve warrant officers from warrant squads saying whatever they want to say, and people go, yeah, rah, rah, rah. Okay. Or range masters in the FBI who are now, you know, experts in solving homicides. Okay. No, this is a serious game, because you know what would happen if those individuals were put on a stand in a homicide trial? You know, the first thing they're going to ask you, Detective McDonough, can you go over your training and experience, please? Absolutely, counselor. How many murders have you worked? Well, I happen to have my log here. Let me count them. Boom, boom, boom. I'll just give you a rundown of my victims. I'll just read their names out for you. Is that okay? No, Your Honor, would you, Detective, would you show that to the court? Here you go, Your Honor. Yeah, he's legit. Okay, Vordire him as an expert. Ask away. And guess what? If you've never, until you've ever been through that experience, you're a fake. And unfortunately, the victims pay the price, because it creates this dialogue of artificial intelligence. I'll call it. And so that's how we're approaching it in the Ramsey case. And I can't wait for all the pundits who've never worked murders to opine.
Well, when is the next? It's not this Sunday, right?
It's going to be a couple of weeks. John's coming home.
Are you streaming from CrimeCon?
I don't know yet. Karen is the boss, and she's going to make those decisions. But we're hoping to meet up with a lot of our people and hang out. We're going to hang out, you know, probably Saturday while everybody's going to the Clue Awards and all that stuff. We're going to have our own little get together with people.
But you have a show tomorrow.
Yeah, we're going to have a show tomorrow. We're going to talk about some other things that she's kicked off. And you guys are invited to come hang out with us. You know that, Gary. You're always invited.
Yeah,
cool. Dr. Gary, I know you have to work at 6 a.m.
I do
Yeah,
indeed.
you guys got to run.
Yeah,
it's 2 a.m. What time is it in California right now? 10 something?
10:50.
It's 11:50. It's only midnight, Josh. I didn't know.
I know. I feel fresh. I got to take the macho is looking at me like I'm going to pee all over their floor here in a second.
It's only 10 something there where you are. And Chris, it's 11:50. Yeah, but over here it's almost 2 a.m. and I've got to get up at 6.
Well, we'll let you go. We're going to jump off here, Chris. We'll check you out tomorrow. Make sure, if you haven't, sub up over to the interview room. Check out Dr. Gary's piano page. We'll run that in the chat as well. And then check out also Dr. Gary's book, The New Evil. And also we have John Lamb's books. We'll put the links in the chat for that. Also check out Connie's books as well.
Yeah,
lovely. Yeah, she was such a great caller. Been 4 hours. I had a lot of fun, you guys. Chris, thank you for coming on, Dr. Gary. And I guess we'll see you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow.
Yeah, and let me just say, if it's okay, Josh, I just want to say thank you to people who have listened to the piano page and have given little coffee tips. That's sort of sweet. I think it's nice when people do that. I got a lot of requests from people to consider doing a live where I play live and people view it. So I may hit the two of you up for a question about how to do that.
Yeah, I can
but I think that's a fun idea to just sort of like put the phone on the side and just play, because it keeps me sane to do it. I think to talk about crime all day long is a lot.
That's why I got a new guitar today, Gary.
Exactly. I think you should do the same thing, Chris. Do a live where you play guitar. but I think that it's very like sort of peaceful, that, and but I just think it's sweet because people send $1 or $5 or something, and I use it to go get coffee or and I think about that it means something to people, and they write these beautiful comments. Every once in a while, I get a special person who says something strange, really nasty or something, but like 99.9% people say wonderful things, and I appreciate everybody who keeps buying The New Evil. There's no question. The publisher certainly sees it, that the sales just stay really good on that book, and I know it's because these channels keep growing and bringing in new people, and they go out and buy it. And somebody in the audience said, "You're sane," because I said it keeps me sane. That's an interesting comment. But anyway, so thank you for that, for all of that, and gratitude.
Wait. So we got a piano player.
Oh, a drummer and
a drummer.
That's right.
I think we're ready to go.
That's
what
pretty
John?
great.
Does John sing?
I can sing.
Can John?
Does John play an instrument?
I don't think so. John's heard me play. I used to play out all the time in San Diego.
Yeah. Well, John could play the triangle or something.
Look how ripped up this bad boy is. I ripped this thing apart.
Oh.
Yeah.
I do play very well.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Josh. I didn't really drum very well. Yeah, it's awesome.
I've been playing since I was 10.
Who's your favorite drummer?
Probably Carter Beaufort from the Dave Matthews Band, or Neil Peart. I also like Travis Barker, and I have a lot of favorite drummers, to be honest.
Do you ever listen to big band's drummers or any of the great jazz drummers?
I do listen to some jazz drumming, but I'm not a huge jazz music fan, unfortunately.
Well, I would encourage you to listen to two people, Buddy Rich and Gene Krupa.
But I know who Buddy Rich is. Yeah.
Amazing. Chris, you remember those two, right? But there was nobody like either of them. And I mean, I remember when they made the movie, I don't remember. I know they made a movie about Gene Krupa, and they couldn't get an actor to do it. So he basically just had to do it himself. Like, you couldn't even get a person to imitate him in a movie. But Neil Peart is from Rush, right? The drummer for Rush? Or am I making this up in my mind?
I don't believe he's not from Rush.
Hold on. I look this up. This is going to drive me crazy. I could have sworn that was true.
I don't think so.
Hold on. Yeah, Neil Peart, progressive rock trio Rush.
Bob can play the cowbell.
Bob in the audience. Well, I like Keith Moon personally, but that's cool.
He's the one that did the Tom Sawyer, the solo on Tom Sawyer. I never listened to it. You know what I like?
We had to talk about percussion instruments someday.
I watch his solos that he does. I don't know if you've ever watched him do like this solo drumming, but it's one of the craziest things ever.
Do you sing solo?
Me?
You sing also?
Yeah, I can sing.
Sing solo that nobody hears you?
Yeah.
Do you sing tenor? 10 or 12 miles from here.
I sing baritone, but I don't let anybody see it.
Chris can sing.
You can listen to my music. It's at the bottom of my page. It's my therapy.
Yeah, keeps you sane. It's funny, Chris. You were playing. I think it was the beginning of the episode about John Bonet. You were playing that song, "It's All Right," which I happen to love.
Yeah.
And I didn't know anybody else knew that song. I thought it was like a pretty obscure song. And then I heard you playing it. I was like, oh, that's so funny. I love that song. That's a great song.
I'm very eclectic in my music taste.
Yeah, well, we have a lot of similar musical tastes, actually. There's quite a lot of.
I'm a 60, 70 acoustic guy. Grew up on, Neil Young, that kind of stuff.
Yeah. Oh, I love it.
I can play all his stuff. I bought the Harvest album when I was a kid, and I listened to that thing over and over and over again, and I got all this figured out.
Pretty amazing.
Go
ahead, Josh.
John. I thought it was John Rutsey who was the drummer of Rush, but I think
I'm almost positive it was Neil Peart.
Well, no, Neil Peart was the second drummer.
Right.
Yeah. He came on after.
No, he's amazing.
He's like one of the best drummers ever, of course.
Of course. But anyway, but there are some modern musicians that mimic the sounds of that folk rock kind of style that Chris is talking about. Some of them are really quite good. I got to love Angus and Julia Stone did this great song called Yellow Brick Road, which is done in the style of a Neil Young song. That's great. It's a great song.
Yeah. So I was in Guitar Center today at, like a,
I love to go there.
And this kid, well, I call him a kid. He comes in and I'm just, looking at all the different guitars and he starts playing, his thing.
Mm-hmm.
And I start playing Harvest Moon.
Oh, yeah.
And he looks over at me like, who's this old guy?
All right. Did you write that?
No, that's Neil Young.
Okay, I can imagine him asking you that. Did you write that?
Yeah, but you need two guitars for that because you need the other part.
Mm-hmm.
But
Gary, can you play the guitar?
A little bit, but I play a couple of instruments, but not like I play the piano. I grew up. My grandfather taught me to play the accordion, and I played the piano very well. I don't tell people. I don't play it in front of
you were tortured,
Gary.
And I play the concertina very well.
Do you have an accordion?
Yes, it's one that I had from when I was a kid. But I'm pretty good on those instruments. But I really like to just play the piano.
The next show, will you?
No way.
Come on. Oh,
it's too dorky. It's
know.
It's the dorkiest thing in the world. But actually, I play very well.
Please.
No way. Yeah, right. Exactly. See, they're teasing me. But I play. I love to play the accordion. I'm Italian. That instrument is in our blood. We call it
the accordion.
Oh yeah, an Italian playing the accordion is like a big deal.
What's a
Well, and I also play the concertina, the little one.
And you're good at the accordion, I bet. I bet you're fantastic.
Very good. I'm very good, but Italian songs are for me are very easy, because I like the rapid kind of speed of them.
Welcome to the Lawrence Welker show tonight.
Exactly. Lawrence Welker had that funny way of talking. Yeah. Got a really good show. But the thing is,
you know how much coffee I would buy you to do that, to play a set?
I don't show people playing.
I will pay you. I will put some money in your tip jar.
Me too.
Well, currently, this is an embarrassing thing, but the problem is I tried to take out the accordion recently because I've played it for a long time, but it wheezes. You have to get it repaired. If you don't play it for a little while, it dries out, and then when you squeeze it, it's like a wheeze.
I can imagine Gary's
kind of like the Janet Leigh getting killed in the shower.
I can't go to debate club because I have an accordion lesson.
I play that kind of stuff. Yeah, I also play the organ. A couple of other.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Well, it's not that easy because the feet are difficult.
The accordion cannot be easy at all.
It is not easy, and it's especially difficult to.
I'm laughing about it.
It's sort of like a cycle of fifths instrument.
But I would just want to see you.
Gary plays the accordion. We're just tonight.
Does
and
that
what Josh and I are? Karen's like, what are you doing in here? She's like, hear her in the background.
It shouldn't shock you that I played it's for the instrument I always wanted to play the accordion very well. The instrument I most wanted to learn was cello, but it never happened. But I had wanted to learn. It's my favorite instrument. But the interesting thing about the accordion is that half of you is doing a cycle of fifths thing, right, with the button, and the other is playing a keyboard. That's not easy to do.
I'm telling you.
You know what I'm saying? It's like to learn how to do it at the same time was very difficult. But my grandfather taught me. He was a brilliant accordionist, and my mother was a pianist, and my father was a bass guitarist in a band. So I grew up around a lot of music, and so it's very important to me.
And you're an arborist.
Well, not really. I just like plants generally, not just trees.
Dude.
But anyway, but
how long have we known Gary now?
I'm impressed.
A couple,
you didn't know that I play. You knew I play the piano.
I knew that, but I didn't know about the.
I didn't want to learn that. I learned it growing up, and then it just stuck with me.
You play the
It's one of those corny things I don't tell people about.
Bagpipes. You play bagpipes?
No, that's a fascinating.
Matt, so to walk us through the conversation, Mom, Dad, yeah. Can I play the accordion?
I didn't want to. What happened is my grandfather was a very gifted accordionist, and he had 7 grandchildren and nobody to leave the accordion to. And he knew that I was very good on the piano. I played piano since I was about 4. And my grandfather saw that I was very talented. I did a lot of very unusual things as a little kid. I won the Tokyo Art Exchange when I was 7 and played since I was 4 years old.
What's
and
the matter with you? You want to play the accordion?
No, and so he said, I think you could be the one to learn how to play. And then he went and he got me a keyboard to teach me, how to play Italian songs where you could mimic the sound of the accordion on the keyboard. And he said, doesn't that sound good or whatever? And then he taught me how to,
What's your dad's name?
I was playing.
Who's your father? What was his name? I forget his name. First name. What is it?
Name that I did. Gary.
Gary. Hey, Gary. Yeah. What's the matter with this boy? He wants to play the accordiano.
Yeah, well,
He's crazy.
Fisarmonica.
He's a crazy.
Yeah, well, I learned a lot of things from that. I also learned about how to grow things in the garden and everything. I mean, they were really, But Josh, I thought it was cool. Man. I loved my grandfather. He was very, very gifted. I'm telling you, he was a wonderful.
Oh, I believe it.
Yeah, and the thing is, Italian music is extremely beautiful. To play it on the you ever hear the Godfather theme played on the accordion? I played it when I was a kid.
No, but we're going to.
No. Would never do that.
Can you imagine Gary coming out just like?
Why is it so funny? It's beautiful.
No, I hate because I think if you're wearing one of those imagine
you're wearing, like I'm wearing like a Sherpa hat or something. Like I'm playing polka. You're the wrong thing. It's just that it's an Italian kind of thing. I mean, and I grew up playing, and I don't know why people think it's so funny.
It's hilarious. It's just funny because I could just see you in in a kilt or something, with one of the tree. I know, but still, one of those what are those German outfits? The suspenders with the short. Can you imagine him playing? For Christmas, I need a Christmas picture of you and a lederhosen.
Lederhosen, right? With okay, kids, everybody gather around. Gary's gonna play he's gonna play the polka.
Dr. Gary gonna play for you.
Ready? 1, 2, 3, and 1, 2, 3, 4, go.
And then you could do a little.
Well. My family thought it was great that I played, and
we do too.
We do too.
No, I'm just saying, I mean, I got to add it to the list of things to do today. Go to the barber and sue him, blow up the accordion, and never tell people again, and to burn the lederhosen. Anyway,
did you wear a lederhosen?
No, it's a joke. Obviously.
Yeah,
oh, okay.
But anyway, so
got robbed by 6-year-olds.
Did you have the hat?
No, I never had.
You said the hat earlier. I was just wondering.
No, the idea is that I was a very I was a gifted kid. I did a lot of things.
You were, in all honesty,
skipped a lot of school.
Honesty, like I said, I knew a lady that played the accordion, and it was fascinating, and it looked so.
It's really hard.
Yeah, I know, but it's just better. I want you to play it, even in private.
I put it away in the closet and haven't touched it in a long time because I told you it wheezes and I don't want to have it. I don't have the patience to get it fixed. But because it's very expensive and hard. There's only one place I think in all of Manhattan left that still does the repair.
That should tell you something.
Oh, that's the hearth blower for your fireplace.
It would be cool to be able to play something like that though.
Yeah, I'd love to hear it one day too.
Josh
Have either of you ever seen any of my piano playing?
Yeah,
we listen.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what you think of it, but a lot of it I compose, classical style music. But I mean, you could tell
music's good for the soul.
Yeah, but you like the music, you enjoy it.
Yeah, you're very talented. absolutely.
But it's class, it's sort of like unique because it's a mixture of jazz sounds and classical music sounds. In a lot of ways that I play so much and so often and produce so prolifically that it looks kind of easy, but it's actually a great deal of work. It's a lot of work. And, and it gets discouraging a little bit if you do it for response because nobody really reacts to it, but beyond occasional little comments or something. But if you do it for yourself, it's a lot of fun.
Well, what you need to do is you need to bust out the accordion. I bet you get a lot of response.
Well, the wheeze is really annoying because it makes like it's like a buzz sound over.
All right, who cares?
You could do a whole show on Luigi.
Oh yeah, right. That's funny. But anyway, it's cool that so many of us are musical.
Yeah, it is.
It doesn't surprise me because I think music it goes with certain personality traits.
Well, I mean, I can play a couple instruments, but the drums are the one that.
What else do you play?
I love. I can play the saxophone too.
Tenor saxophone, or
yeah, tenor, like Bill Clinton.
Like
were you in band? Were you in band?
Yeah,
just the school band.
Yeah.
But
was it jazz?
Like I did play in like a band when I got older, but it was only for drumming, and it was just like a really occasional on the weekends. We play at like dive bars, and we played a lot of Jimi Hendrix and stuff like that. There was a kid that I played with that he's a really talented guitar player, and I learned how to play. I don't know if you know this song, but I learned how to play Master of Puppets on the drums by Metallica. And I actually made my hands bleed from like learning to play it because you have to play it so fast.
Like in that movie with Miles Teller.
Yeah, just like that. Exactly. And
is that cool?
I don't remember. I know that movie. It's a great movie.
Crash or it has a name like that. I can't remember. It's gonna bother me.
Yeah.
The one with the guy that got the bald actor from Spider-Man.
Yeah, no, I know.
Whatever the heck is
was it? What was it?
It's Miles Teller as a kid being forced to play the drums to the point that like his hands are bleeding.
Yeah, that happens.
Teacher who's like too intense.
What was the Whiplash?
That's it.
yeah, exactly. I made my hand. Yeah, I made my hands bleed because I was going so fast, and I broke so many drumsticks learning it. It was a lot of fun. Anyway, all right, guys, I got to take the dog out, and I know you guys got to go to bed. So thank you guys so much. We'll see you tomorrow. Chris, everybody hit the notification for Chris's show tomorrow on the interview room. What time are you going on?
I got to talk to Karen, but I'll have it up tomorrow.
Okay, sounds good.
All right, bye, guys.
See you guys. Bye. Oh, hey, there you go. All right, thank you guys so much for being here. I appreciate it. What a fun show. Thank you guys so much for hanging out with us. And we will see you tomorrow on the interview room.